Everyone. It is Tuesday, January 12th, 2021. It is 6:33, and you are here for the Town Council Committee of the Whole meeting. All councilors are present with the exception of Councilor Perry, so we are at 8 councilors this evening. Calendar and communications. I'm going to start this evening, and I just wanted to say that I think the country is horrified at the events of last week, and I'm hopeful that our leadership in Washington will pull together, because we are a nation of laws and not of men, and we need to follow the highest law of the land, which is the Constitution, and do what's right for the whole country. There were lives lost and unnecessarily, and we need to make sure that we don't have that situation going forward. So I hope everyone who is of a praying mind would say a prayer or two, and hope that cooler heads prevail and we can get through the next few weeks without any more bloodshed.
Mayor, Councilor Perry just arrived.
Thank you so much. So we're at a full complement of 9 councilors. Thank you so much. And it is 6:34. Great. All right. Councilor Baumgartner, communications, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments. I think it goes without saying that all of us were absolutely rocked to our core in witnessing the armed insurrection against our people's house. As a person of color, as a Black man, as a Latino, seeing the Confederate flag flying in our nation's capital brought us to a time that I've never personally witnessed or seen in my life. It brought us to a time when our country was most divided, was most polarized, and it took years, if not decades, to heal those wounds. And after last week, they have reopened. Many of us are hurting. Families lost their fathers. That is not the world I want to live in. That is not a country I want to live in. That is not what we expect from our fellow citizens. What we also saw was that we had 2 residents of the town of Groton who were arrested in the riots in Washington, D.C. Many of those insurrectionists returned home to their communities. And we have put law enforcement in a position to have to find people that cause destruction and harm to our fellow countrymen and women. And so I want to thank the law enforcement in Washington, and certainly locally, whether it's federal law enforcement or local law enforcement, that have cooperated with Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police and the FBI in identifying individuals who are a part of these heinous acts. And we should do everything in our power to ensure that if anything like this transpires again, that our government stands ready to fully cooperate and identify any insurrectionist against our country. This is a very serious matter. I don't recall experiencing the type of pain or confusion like I experienced last week. I haven't felt that since 9/11, since I was 7 years old. So I think we're all still reeling and emotional. And I can't thank you enough, Madam Mayor, for speaking out against it. I would hope each of us have felt the pain and the sheer anger and sadness that certainly I experienced, and so many others in our community experience. Hate has no home here in Groton, and I'm honored to serve with elected officials who won't think twice about speaking out against armed insurrections against our nation. So with that, I will yield the floor, and thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Parker.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Franco?
Thank you. I would like to also make a statement regarding the Capitol. I think it was a dark day in America. And I hope going forward, we as it's first and put America first over our parties, over people we support, elected officials, and just hope that we can come together as a nation and try and figure out how to go forward in a better way and bring some civility back to our nation. Thank you.
Counselor Heat?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Counselor Aubry?
Well, I would just echo the fact that it was a very difficult day for many of us, and that I hope that as we move forward with a new president, we will not have this type of white supremacy again in our country, and that we have to remember once again, color is not the matter, the person is the matter. And I think we show that in Groton, and we shall continue to. So put peace in your heart and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Aubry. Counselor Bordelon?
Thank you. I just want to basically also align my remarks with some of the statements already made. It was definitely a tough day. As we know, we just have a lot going on in our country, people dying every day from COVID. And then to deal with that on the same day was just a bit overwhelming. It's one of those things where you'll remember what you were doing when you turned on the news and saw the graphic images. For me, I was finishing up getting my COVID test, which was my COVID vaccination, which was an exciting day, working in the medical field to have the opportunity. And when I got home, it was instant explaining to my children about what was going on and the graphic images, and to the point where I had to turn the TV off because it was just too overwhelming. So something that it's very tough for a parent to have to explain, and very sad to have to see. But once again, as a Black female and raising multiracial boys in my household, when people say that it doesn't exist and racism and this type of hate amongst people, it wasn't more obvious than ever before, if it wasn't already. And just any type of attack on our government in that way was just devastating. But with that, I hope that things will get better and that there is a light at the end of the tunnel and some change is coming, hopefully for the good. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Melendez?
I have nothing to report, but thanks for those of you who spoke out against the violence. You guys summed it up pretty well, so I won't say anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Zepari?
I remember when John Kennedy was shot. I was in college. I was the corridor of one of the actually the science building when the news came to me, and I remember feeling like I had just been kicked in the stomach. How could this happen in our country? I remember when 9/11 occurred 40 years later, exactly where I was. My son was at that time was an ICE agent for the United States and had offices in the Trade Towers Center. And that was similarly a kick in the stomach, but a very personal one because I was concerned for the well-being of my son. And I had the same feeling last Wednesday. I suppose I'm a white American, and I don't think it's a race issue. It's an issue of our country. It's something we all hold dear. It's the process of our government and the Constitution that many of us have taken an oath to defend and uphold. I don't think we can tolerate that sort of thing. I would not like it not to be a race issue, even though some of the white supremacists were there. it's a constitutional issue. I think our Constitution has prevailed despite a president who has tried to subvert it. And I think we can be proud of how the courts have acted and how the legislature has acted. And the legislature coming back that very night last week to perform their duties and to certify the election. So I think there are some good things we see in it. We see that our Constitution does work. We see that the bad thing is that there must have been 1,000 people at least in that riot who felt that they had the right to storm the Capitol and to take down the process of government. I think that's to be deplored. I congratulate the police who moved them out with a minimum of loss of life or a minimum of injuries. For my own sake, I probably would have set up several machine guns and taken care of the problem. But fortunately, I wasn't there. I was very dismayed by people who would attack our government, and particularly by Americans who would attack our government. So I hope that I share the sentiment of other Americans. I think the people that did handle that situation were professionals, and they handled it better than I would have. And I'm grateful for that.
Thank you, sir. We are on to item 4. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burt, did you have anything you wanted to communicate?
Just to echo what everyone else is saying, and especially, I'm sure we'll hear other stories of heroes, but Officer Eugene Goodman, it was amazing what he did, and I think there would have been so much of a worse outcome if not for him. He should get the highest honors you can possibly get.
Agreed. All righty, thank you. So we are on to item 4, approval of minutes, 2020-869, December 8th, 2020 minutes, and December 14th, 2020 special meeting minutes. And this is on page 2 in your packet. Councilor Baumgartner, could you just move both sets of minutes, please, as one?
Yes, absolutely. I'll make a motion to approve the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of December 8th, 2020, and the special meeting minutes of December 14th, 2020. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Baumgartner and seconded by Zepari. The minutes began on page 2 in your packet. Is there any discussion on the minutes? There's a lot of people here, so I'm going to need to take a minute just to go through everybody and make sure I don't miss anyone. It doesn't look like there's any hands. Okay. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of approval of the December 8th and December 14th, 2020 minutes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Franco. Thank you. We are on to new business, and this is item number 5. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. This is 2020-761 athletic field study. This begins on page 14 in your packet. And with us this evening, we have several people, and I'll just introduce them to the people who might be at home. Frank Norosky served as chairman of the Athletic Fields Task Force. We also have Jerry Locken from the Town Parks and Rec Department, Representative Town Meeting Member Bruce Flax, Mr. Chad Frost, who will be presenting, I believe, Mr. Vin Veracchione, and I'm not sure if Board Member Whiteloff is here. Let me just check the attendees real quick. Okay. All right, so I will turn it over to, I believe, Mr. Lockins and Chairman Norosky will be presenting. Sir, do you?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we can see a screen. I'm assuming Mr. Frost is sharing a screen, and you're going to be talking to it. Thank you very much. I would ask council to hold questions until the end, please. So if you have questions, just jot them down in your notes, and then we'll take them at the end after they've had a chance to do their presentation. All right, I'll be quiet now. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My name is Frank Norosky. I'm the chairman of the Athletic Fields Task Force. I would like to thank the town council tonight for recognizing the need for a review of the athletic fields in the town of Groton and for having the Parks and Rec Department engage in this task force. I would also like to recognize the members of the Board of Education who are here tonight. The Athletic Fields Task Force has been meeting since March of 2020, and we are tonight providing proposed solutions for the identified needs that have been brought forward to us by the community. We also have other members of the task force here tonight, as you recognized earlier, including Bruce Flax, Vin Ferriciano, Jerry Loken. I would personally like to thank the AFTF members, many who are on the call tonight, for their time and effort in providing valuable input to this process. At this time, I'd like to introduce our task force member, Chad Frost from Kent and Frost Landscape Architecture, who will present the findings and proposed solutions to the athletic field shortages. Thank you very much. Chad?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me? I see nodding. Perfect. All right. Thank you again. My name is Chad Frost. I will try to go through this quickly since you all have it in your packet, but definitely looking forward to a discussion with the results that we've come up with. I did include a couple of slides of the history. I won't go over this specifically tonight, but figured it was worth having in your packet. We had discussed this about a year ago when we were in front of you the first time when you made the decision to form the task force. So there's a couple of slides of history. But then to let you know what we did. So first we started off with figuring out what our methodology would be, how we're going to get from where we were and work through it over the amount of work we did over the last year. So what we set out to do was first update the Park and Rec participation numbers. So we Park and Rec went through and updated all the numbers that they had from 2019 and into 2020 as far as participation on athletic fields goes from their standpoint. We then updated the field needs assessment to 2020 standards. That was what our office had done several years back, so we updated it to the new 2020 numbers. We conducted interviews with all the different user groups that use all the fields. Then we tried to identify the commonalities between the assessment and the user groups to figure out, does one say we need more fields or less fields? Then we determined our recommendations. We first then presented those recommendations to the different user groups that we interviewed to get feedback from them, and did a public presentation with feedback, and then tonight presenting to the town council what our findings are. So with that, this was our updated supply and demand needs assessment for the fields. So this has been updated with the demand through 2020, and it also includes the school build-out, completed build-out of the 2020 plan. So as you can see, all the different types of field types listed. The solid color shading is the supply. That's the amount of fields that we have. And then the crosshatch on the bar graph is the amount of demand that we have for each of those different fields. So this is basically our current supply and demand if we count the rest of the fields that are yet to be finished being built at the two new elementary schools. And it does include the fields at the new middle school. So as you can see, kind of across the board, in most instances, we have a greater demand than we have supply all the way through. There's a couple softball that kind of balance out and some small rectangles, multi-use fields that balance out as well. So user group meetings. So we met with pretty much everybody that uses the fields within town, all the different youth groups that are on the screen there, Fitch athletics, the soccer, the lacrosse, football, field hockey, baseball, softball, marching band. We discussed it with the travel ball leagues, the Crush, the Clippers, and the Land Sharks, as well as the Shoreline Social Sports, which is an adult league, which has definitely taken off quite a bit locally over the last several years, and are always looking for more fields to be able to utilize for their sports. To try to summarize it, after meeting with all the different user groups, it's worse than we thought. And we all kind of came at this issue from a bunch of different sides, but we were all in our own silos. For me personally, representing the lacrosse organization, I knew the shortage for lacrosse, but I don't have any girls that play softball, so I didn't know the shortage for softball. So it's definitely kind of worse than we thought it was when we start looking at it holistically across the town. We have some significant equity issues that we should probably really address, both gender equity, ADA access, Definitely educational access that relates to the high school specifically, and the fact that most of the fields that they have to use are off campus, relying on busing to practice. And then access to support facilities. A lot of our fields have just a field, or it's barely a field, and it doesn't have all the necessary support facilities to go along with it. Another kind of eye-opening thing for us was that even our good fields need work and need money and need investment. That really there's been no significant capital investment in the last 20 plus years, despite the need. The town, different groups and Park and Rec specifically has come forward over the last bunch of years, raising the need, but yet we have not really built anything, right? Pequannock Plains was the last town-wide field built over 20 years ago. Yes, we have new fields at the middle school, and they're great. I don't want to knock those. But they're basically replacing what was being lost through the existing schools. And I shouldn't say most importantly, but very well, worthy is that Groton is significantly behind all of our surrounding towns. As we'll show through some of the photos tonight, when you really look at where everybody else is around, we're not even close to being on par with the facilities of all the towns around us. So we're not staying even, we're significantly behind. Talking about each using group, the ball fields. So we met with the Little League, the Groton Little League and Mystic Little League, the Crush, the Clippers, and the Land Sharks. Summarizing what we got out of them was that they need 3 full-size baseball fields in town, 1 intermediate-sized field, which is what's called the 50-70 field. We don't have any of those in town currently. That's a relatively new size. It's the step between Little League and full-size. And we don't have any, and it's an area that there's definitely a need for at least one of those fields. What we heard from them was that it's very difficult for them to get sufficient practice and game time on any field in town. There's enough demand out there and very little fields, and trying to share it just doesn't go around. As I mentioned, there's no intermediate field in town, but it was felt that although baseball is in some pretty dire needs for new fields, softball, from a youth perspective, is sufficient with the fields we have at the moment. Multi-use fields. So we talked with Groton Soccer Club, the Groton Mystic Football, Groton Mystic Cheer, and Groton Mystic Lacrosse. There again, the need that came out of talking with all those groups is a need for 3 full-size multi-use fields, a significant need for synthetic turf. And that really comes down to both the amount of use, how much you can program it without having the grass to need rest, and to be able to use it during inclement weather. We all, I think, recognize that Pequannock Plains are our best fields in town. They stay that way because Park and Rec does a phenomenal job of maintaining them, but they also have to shut them down whenever there's a rain event. And there were high school sports that literally didn't get to play an entire home game for their season because of the rain that shut down Pequannock Plains Park, and they'd have to reschedule all their games at a last minute notice to go play what should be in a home game at a away facility that had turf. We also found that significant need for lights and full amenities for full use, and that the youth fields, what we call youth fields around town, the smaller multi-use fields, need some significant maintenance. Fitch High School. Where do I start? The current conditions. So what we were going to do is look at what the current athletic field conditions are at the high school. We all know the football field in the middle of the track. The field itself needs some significant work. We talked about a year ago when there was a CIP budget to do regrading and shaping of that. There was obviously significant money, but at the end of the day, that field only serves the football field or the football team. One of the things that should be noted is that these athletic facilities, both the track, football field, and the baseball field, were built originally to the school back in the 60s, so they're around 60 years old. Those athletic fields were built back before Fitch had women's sports at all. So the field house is set up to be men's sports only. It's really set up to be just a field house for the football team. And when you talk about gender equity, there's no female locker rooms or changing rooms or anything like that down there. And it's strictly geared towards men's sports, both football and baseball, as far as what we provide at Fitch's campus. The track and field, is in okay shape. However, we need to acknowledge the fact that the surface needs to be resurfaced in probably about 4 to 5 years now. It's been a handful of years since it was last redone. And the lifespan on those tracks, it will need to be resurfaced in 4 to 5 years. So that's an investment we'll need to put in. The baseball field, and this was new to me as we started looking into it, but the playing surface, the field itself, the outfield specifically, needs work. I, like probably many residents in town, remember it getting upgraded. That's now been several years ago when the teams came in and they upgraded, put lights in and put the new bleachers in and the press boxes and all that. But what I didn't really understand being on the outside of that was that the field itself really didn't get any work. All of that money went into support amenities around the field. And the field itself actually needs some work. So that's an investment that will need to be made in the not too distant future. The existing 6 tennis courts were just refinished over the last summer. They're in great condition. So we don't need to do anything with those. However, we do need 2 additional tennis courts as you're here a little bit later on. And then there is the football practice area, the field event area, which is to the south end of the existing field. And that area needs significant work. The grading doesn't work, the drainage doesn't work, the levelness of the field and just the size and the ability to use it is significantly lacking. User group meetings, as far as the high school goes. So these are the teams that practice out there. In the fall, we have 3 football teams, freshman, JV, and varsity. We have a field hockey team, two teams, JV and varsity, 2 teams for girls soccer, 2 teams for boys soccer, and the marching band. In the spring, we have 3 baseball teams, 2 girls lacrosse teams, 2 boys lacrosse teams, 2 softball teams, and track and field, both boys and girls. All those little asterisks are the teams that must leave campus to go for practice and games. So in all, that's 13 teams out of those on the side there that have to leave campus for all practice and games. And that puts Fitch at a pretty significant disadvantage from a competitive standpoint, but also from an access standpoint. What we heard was that a lot of times when students have to have practice, obviously right after school, if they're having to leave campus and get on a bus and travel across town to a different field for practice, they have to make the choice right then. If they need extra help and need to stick around and see a teacher after school, they're going to miss that bus to practice, and they might not have another way to get to practice. And that's a significant equity issue and makes student athletes have to choose between practice and school instead of being able to maybe stay after for a little bit, get a little bit of extra help with the teacher, and then run out to practice, but be there a little late because they can get to it on campus. So just looking at the surrounding town high school athletic facilities, this is Stonington, obviously right across the river. Stonington has a fully multi-use rectangle that's synthetic turf in the center with a fully functional track all the way around it. You can see they've got a full-size baseball, a full-size softball, 3 multi-use rectangles, and a practice facility, as well as then the 6 tennis courts and 2 basketball courts. So significantly more field access and being able to host all of their teams on campus. This is Ledger. This photo is a little bit outdated, as you all probably saw in the papers. Ledger just recently did a new synthetic turf field in the center. So that was a football field, but with it surrounded by a track, it now is a full multi-use field, the synthetic turf surrounded by the track. They also then have 2 baseball fields for both JV and varsity, as well as in the softball field, another multi-use field, as well as in the practice facility to the north of their existing track. This is Waterford High School. Photo is also slightly outdated, but you can see they have a brand new synthetic turf multi-use field surrounded by a new track. Their support amenities with the bleachers on both sides are phenomenal, as well as their restrooms and ticketing booths. You can see the full-size baseball. They have the 6 tennis courts. What you can't see there is that looks like a little bit of a faded multi-use field in the center there. That's now their new fully synthetic softball field. So they have a brand new field that was built last winter for girls softball on a fully synthetic field. And then they have a field and a half of practice area all the way off to the right. East Line also has a fully multi-use synthetic turf championship field surrounded by the synthetic track. Full bleachers had to tuck in their throwing areas in different areas where they could find room. But you can see they've got a full-size baseball, the 6 tennis courts. They've got a full-size softball, full-size multi-use field, and then a practice field as well. And this is New London. So New London High School. And this is kind of an interesting concept because it's something that we're kind of talking about for Groton as well. But on the high school property specifically, they have their relatively new synthetic championship field with the bleachers on both sides, surrounded by the track. Then their practice field is also a full synthetic practice field off to the right-hand side. They have the 6 tennis courts, and then their ball facilities, so their baseball and softball, are technically in the park next door. So it's not technically on the high school property, but it's all connected with walkways so that the students can be able to access all those fields for practice and games, just like it's attached to the high school. Getting back to Fitch, as I mentioned, this is the field house. So just in case anybody hasn't been in there, this is what the field house looks like. This is exactly as it was probably built back in the 60s. You can see the men's locker room, which is just that standard shower in the middle of a room. This is not conducive for most changing facilities now in modern times. You've got the coaches' offices, the trainer room, and kind of the team meeting room. But this is by no means considered standard currently. As far as Fitch, our existing public restrooms, this is it. And I'm all for school and town pride and showing support. But this is not the representation I think we want to have as a town, right? This is what people, when they come to town, see. And this is our restroom facility. That picture on the right, that's the men's room and the restroom. And you can tell if any 3 gentlemen are standing there using that urinal, when that door opens, the entire public can see them. There's no way in, there's no dividers, there's no nothing. This is pretty bare bones and hasn't been updated in a very long time. And then we just threw it in there as well, the porta potty in that very lower right corner. That's the restroom that we have at the new, synthetic turf field at the middle school. So speaking of support amenities, it's the fields are one thing, but all the support amenities are important as well. Our neighboring town facilities, you can see, the condition of East Lyme, New London, Ledyard, Stonington, significantly better support amenities than what we currently have. The press box at Fitch kind of speaks for itself. The press box at neighboring facilities, all the neighboring towns. And the bleachers. These bleachers are so beyond not compliant with code. It's just amazing. There are a lot of codes that now apply to bleachers. These clearly have not been updated since the 60s when they were put in. But the amount of fall hazards and the hazards that relate to those are just pretty incredible. The ADA access, you can clearly see there's just kind of wavy asphalt placed all over, the curbing that's somewhat inconsistent. There's no ramp for access up there at all. This really is the most non-compliant bleachers we can possibly imagine. Neighboring facilities, so you can see Stonington, Ledyard's, and Waterford's bleachers, all very compliant, the new standards with full ADA access. And then what I'd point out in the lower right is the Fitch baseball bleachers, right? So on campus, we do have a very nice set of bleachers that meets all the requirements. It's the new ones that were put in at the baseball field, but what we have down at the football field is extremely lacking. So the high school athletic needs, what we heard from them, what they really need is the main field needs to be renovated, synthetic turf, all new completed amenities, new track and field, new field house, and new storage. They really need 2 to 3 additional fields on top of that main field, with at least one of those being athletic or synthetic, with lights and bleachers on at least one of those. And they need a softball field on campus and close access for a second one for JV. They need 2 additional tennis courts because of tennis now being played all in the same season to have men and women at the same time. Having 2 additional tennis courts would allow for that to function a lot better. As I mentioned before, the baseball field needs some renovations, and we need access to amenities for all the fields. We heard some stories about the baseball field being used in the summer for some tournaments. And yet the baseball field relies on the high school to be open for restrooms. And so when it's not open in the summertime and you have tournaments, there were no, the refs were there all day long and they had no access to restrooms. So we need to think out that better going forward. So we kind of coalesced everything we heard from the youth user groups as well as the Fitch Athletics, and these are our identified needs. For the middle school, we need the addition of lights, restrooms, storage, scoreboard, and bleachers for the new middle school fields. At Fitch, we need to upgrade the football track to a fully synthetic multi-use field for all sports and upgrade all the amenities. We need to renovate the baseball field at Fitch, the playing surface. We need, across town, we need 4 full-size multi-use fields. We recommend them to be synthetic for their greatest use. 2 full-size baseball fields, 1 intermediate-sized baseball field. We need 2 full-size softball fields, and like I said, the 2 tennis courts for at Fitch. So that's when we coalesce everything together, both from Fitch and all the user groups. This is how we can summarize it into the identified needs. And I will bring up the synthetic turf issue. I think you've all received the letter from the Groton Conservation Associates. I know we have. We wanted to address that a little bit, that we did get the letter, and that basically we felt that they were concerned with the health concerns with the crumb rubber, as well as they raised some environmental concerns about adding plastic to the environment. We fully understand that. We listen to that, and we think we should pay attention to it. However, we also look to the greater guidance, notably the Connecticut Department of Health. From a health concern perspective, Connecticut Department of Health has studied it quite greatly. They've also looked at different health departments around the country. And I give you a link here to their portal for the environmental health through DPH. But summarizing it, they basically have no concerns right now over the crumb rubber issues with fields. And as far as the concerns with crumb rubber, we know there are other options. There are multiple infield options available. The field that was just put in the middle school used the coconut fiber infill instead of the crumb rubber. So I don't think we need to specify what that is. And we as a task force aren't doing that. We just recommend that the synthetic turf itself is the right surface, and the infill options, there's plenty out there. We can figure out what those are down the road. And notably that although, yes, the synthetic turf is plastic, it's made from recycled plastic. It can be recycled as well. Yes, we know there's issues with plastic in the environment. We don't want to add to that by any means. So we do think there's ways of environmentally handling that. The field design can handle stormwater containment. So there are different ways of designing the subsurface of the field to make sure that we contain all those issues and can treat the stormwater before it's released. And importantly, the use of a synthetic field is you can use it about 1/3 more than you can a regular grass field. And that's not even taking into account the amount of loss that you get from weather. So if we weren't to use synthetic, the numbers that I just gave you about the fields that we'd need to add 1/3 more fields on top of those if we went with just natural grass. And not only do we need 1/3 more fields, we need 1/3 more land to be able to find where we can place those fields. And we really want to stress that the all-weather use is critical for all sports. Every other surrounding town now has one. Groton is the only town that doesn't have synthetic turf at the high school or a championship field that can be hosted on synthetic turf. And it's kind of critical in holding back all athletics in Groton. So as a task force, our recommendation, given the concerns that were listed, is still to use synthetic turf and just do it cautiously as we go forward. So we have identified a lot of needs. Now we're trying to give you some of the solutions as to where we think we can fit all those different fields. So at Fitch High School, our proposed solutions is to renovate the track and field into a multi-use field. And I just want to make sure everybody understands that the high school field currently is truly a football field. A football field is smaller than a soccer field and a lacrosse field. So those other sports can't fit on it. When you look at a field in the middle of a track, not all of them are equal, and you can change the proportions of the track to be able to fit either a full-size soccer field in it, which is the largest field, or just a football field. And so that's when I say to make it a full multi-use field, Right now, that field can only be used as a football field. If we renovate it with synthetic turf and we widen the field and then shorten the length of the track lengthwise, we can make it a fully multi-use field. So from an amenities perspective, we recommend synthetic turf for all sports, lights, bleachers, concessions, press box, ticket booth, restrooms, locker rooms, scoreboard, parking. We obviously need the throwing areas, the field events. Storage is a big one. That's something that always tends to get forgotten until it's too late. And then you have all these things that go along with track and field that need to go somewhere. ADA compliance should be an obvious one. And then the best access we can provide. Also at the high school, we recommend 2 full-size multi-use fields. Those fields should have lights, bleachers, scoreboards on at least one of the fields, and then access to the restrooms, lockers, storage, and parking. So we think those areas can be shared with maybe the main ones at the main championship field. We feel there needs to be a way to get a softball field on campus. We've looked at it, we think it's possible, but it's kind of crazy that the all-girls softball teams have to leave campus for everything. So we need to get a softball field on campus. That field should have lights, bleachers, storage, concessions, press box, scoreboards, restrooms, and locker rooms. I mentioned the 2 tennis courts, and then mentioned the renovate the baseball field to improve the playing surface. It was brought up that maybe we consider that being as we renovate the playing surface, that maybe it's synthetic. That is the newest trend for baseball and softball, as well. As I mentioned, Waterford just put in a synthetic softball field. And Mitchell College, we just got finished building 3 new fields for them. Both baseball and softball were fully synthetic as well. Then linked to that, we think Sutton Park is a great amenity. Right down the hill from Fitch, now kind of even better connected with the middle school, with the driveway going down through Grasso and down to Sutton Park. We think it's a great location to locate both a full-size baseball and a full-size softball. What that would do is serve as basically the second baseball and softball field for both the baseball and softball teams at the high school. So after school, the teams can walk down the hill and get to practice. And just as I mentioned with New London, you have basically access like it's on campus, even though separately, it's technically a separate property. We think that would be a significant advantage for the high school as well as the rest of residents of Groton. For baseball, obviously, in these amenities kind of go side to side, but new field, possibly synthetic to discuss, lights, dugouts, bleachers, storage, concessions, press box, restrooms, scoreboard, and parking. And the same amenities need to be there for softball as well. Obviously, some of those can be shared amenities. We think that because it's an ancillary complex next to the high school, it just is a symbiotic relationship that should work really well and meet the needs both for the community use as well as the high school use. For the other multi-use fields in the intermediate baseball field, the next closest property that we think is a great option is the Claude Chester property once the school is closed and gone. We know we can fit 2 full-size multi-use fields there. We would definitely recommend that those fields be synthetic turf. They get lights, scoreboards, bleachers, storage, concessions, press box, restrooms, and parking. And then the intermediate size baseball field that we came up as an issue, that can be fit in the corner as well. Again, new field, lights, dugouts, scoreboards, bleachers, storage, concession, press box, restroom, and parking. And what we really like about that is that the Claude Chester property then becomes an extension of Paquonic Plains Park. And you get a total of 5 fields with sufficient parking and amenities to be able to host tournaments. And this is something that we've been talking about for quite a while, is that Groton is a destination. Mystic is definitely a known brand and identity, and the town has done a wonderful job lately to really promoting that. And so if we can have sufficient fields in one area, we know we can get different tournament vendors to come in and run tournaments here, and it really does have a true economic impact on the town as well. And not necessarily provide direct compensation for installing the fields, but it definitely increases the quality of life for all of us and improves the economic quality of the town. And then other solutions at the community center, we know we need to renovate a Little League baseball field. And then we're fully acknowledging that there's a couple of fields that we lose through this, and that there's a short adult softball field currently at Sutton Park that would get displaced with the full-size baseball and softball field. And then there's also a loss of a youth softball field there. However, right now, everything indicates that we still would have sufficient youth softball fields. We need the high school softball fields, but the youth ones look to be sufficient. So we then reran the assessment that I showed you at the beginning. If we were to build all the fields that I just listed that we've identified as the need, and then what you now see is the updated assessment with the supply and demand. And again, the supply is a solid color, the demand is the crosshatch. And as you can see, for the baseball, which is the green colors, the 90 lighted versus 90 unlit, it's all the same basically. So those two cancel each other out. We would have sufficient baseball. We'd have sufficient youth baseball. We'd have sufficient softball, sufficient football. Again, U8 and U10 multi-use fields balance themselves out. And then we have sufficient supply for the demand for full-size multi-use fields. And then one thing I'd point out there, when it looks like we have greater supply than the demand, is that this assessment looks at programming a field for the entire possible use of that field, right? So from sun up till sundown, but we know that there are times when the demand is higher, like right after school. When school gets out, the high school needs to be able to have practice, so they need more fields at that time, versus saying having the lacrosse team come back at 8 o'clock at night to practice. And so that's why, from an assessment perspective, sometimes the supply and demand can be a little bit deceiving in this type of a graph. So again, just to summarize everything, here's the recommendations at the high school, Sutton Park, Claude Chester, and the middle school, and all the amenities listed there for you. What we see is kind of the next steps. We're hoping to get both the endorsement from the council and the school board that, what we've found over the last year is appropriate and is definitely in need. The Park and Rec is in the middle of their CIP budget, as all of you are, and they're doing a request for the field study and design in this current upcoming CIP. We would look to that to be the conceptual design development would be done late in 2021. Ideally, by third or fourth quarter of 2021, we could be identifying funding sources, because obviously these fields will cost money. So identifying different funding sources late in this year. If all goes well, we could be working on construction documents, maybe the end of this year into the beginning or middle of next year. And then in an ideal world, construction by the third quarter of 2022, wrapping up for the fourth quarter of 23 in use for the 24 season. One thing we wanted to point out was that doing nothing really isn't an option. What we've heard from everyone across the town was that the existing fields need significant money and investment just to make them usable, safe, and compliant. So nothing isn't an option, but we have to spend something. And if we spend a little bit, we can get a little. If we spend a little bit more, we can really get safe, equitable fields that really meet the need and also provide a chance for good economic value. And we really do think that athletic fields and parks in general really do, they're a sense of community pride, definitely a part of quality of life, and that all leads to great economic development for the town. And with that, that's kind of the end of my spiel, but Frank and I and anybody else on the committee that's able to, we're happy to take questions and discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Everyone has had a chance to read the PowerPoint presentation because it was included in our packet. So hopefully if people have questions, we can ask them now. So I would, it is much easier to see hands if the screen sharing ends. So if you wouldn't mind, please. Thank you very much. And I would remind counselors we have 9 of us, and I'm sure all of us have questions. So let's see. I have Counselor Franco and Bordelon.
I'm actually not going to make any comments now or questions. I just wanted to have full disclosure that my husband runs the CT Clippers along with Mike Porter, and I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon, you have the floor.
I wasn't going to ask a question. I just wanted to also just state, since it wasn't stated at the beginning, that I know it was in their PowerPoint, but it wasn't stated when recognizing other members. I was also part of this group and task force and worked with them. Thank you.
Okay, do councilors have questions or comments?
I'm trying to find where I put my hand up.
All right, so Councilor Aubry, and then I think I saw another hand too. So Councilor Aubry, you have the floor.
I want to first thank you for the time you put into this. It's an excellent presentation. It's certainly something that we're very aware of. Rachel has been very diligent in sharing things with us and showing her energies to work towards this. I guess the thing I have to ask is, when you were doing this, did you estimate at all any cost, or is that the next step?
This is Chad Frost. I'll try to take that first. And the short answer is no, we did not estimate any costs. That would be the next step. We tried to identify what the need is, and then we were trying to take a guess as to where they would fit. But not the cost, because cost can be kind of specific to the location and how it gets constructed.
Okay, thank you. I would probably suggest, as we talk more about this, we go forward, that perhaps we could, it would be difficult, but maybe you could break down into like an A, B, C, and when we do pricing, we could do it in different manners in order to be able to at least accomplish something in the near future. All of it is probably about an impossibility, but we'd certainly like to begin if it becomes possible. So it'll be very important for us to kind of know your priorities too, as difficult as that would be to do. So thank you.
Yep, I will note that the task force did have a lot of discussion about prioritization and ranking. And we did, the way we've listed them in that final sheet with kind of the high school and then going down, we haven't ranked one field over the other, but kind of the properties that we think the high school is the highest priority at this point. That obviously not having all the athletic fields there and having all the teams leaving campus causes a stress on all the rest of the fields through town. So that would be our highest priority. But I totally agree with you. As plans go forward and are developed, then we can provide a more detailed list to break that down further.
Thank you.
Okay, next I see Councilor Baumgartner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Frost, and the entire work of the task force for your efforts. You know, I think you covered a lot of ground, and I know you've spent a lot of the past few months deliberating in a very collaborative manner. And so, again, appreciate your efforts. A few questions. Obviously, the task force identified a couple areas, including the Claude School as potential areas for the expansion of about the potential athletic complex. My question is, did the task force take a look at any of the other existing school properties that are set that the town will dispose of in the years to come that could potentially meet those needs? Obviously, the town has identified certain school properties as areas that perhaps we would like to develop into housing, but I wasn't sure if perhaps the task force looked at some other school properties that are set to come offline that may meet your current needs.
Chad Frost again. Jerry did a good job of, Jerry Locken from Park and Rec did a good job of listing a whole lot of properties for the task force that might be available either because they're open space or it could be schools going offline or excess property. The short answer is we didn't find any others that were that suitable or suitable enough to where you could build enough fields to make it worthwhile. There were some properties where you might fit one field or one type of field or just another field somewhere else. So we looked at it, I'd say at a high level. We didn't get into the weeds on it, but kind of focused in on Claude pretty quickly, especially because of its connection with Laquonic Plains and being able to leverage that asset.
Thank you for saying that. And just on the record, I support that. I know Mayor Granatowski has talked quite a bit about, her interest in seeing that. And, I certainly would agree with her. And I I hope, especially when that the school, we finally start to dismantle the school and tear it down, that we'll have a plan in place immediately to start hopefully building an athletic complex. My other question is that you had mentioned that that in order to build potentially a baseball field or a softball field at the Groton Community Center, it would displace two fields that are used by, I believe one field at least that is used by adults. And my question is, in your analysis, did you find that there could be other needs that are not currently serving the middle school or elementary through high school populations that would be beneficial to the community? I think case in point, I know we have an emerging South Asian population here in Groton, and I know just talking to many folks, they're interested in seeing cricket courts or cricket fields. So did the task force get into that in terms of identifying potential new field uses?
Cricket was the one sport that did come up as a sport that is emerging in the area and would like to have field space. We, in discussions with Park and Rec, kind of looked at that there might be areas of overlapping a cricket field onto some of the existing facilities we already have, rather than building a full new field cricket specific. At this point, that might be a good way to kind of get started down the road without having a full asset just for it at this point. But otherwise, we did not get any other sports other than cricket that kind of came out of the woodwork as we were doing the discussion. And Jerry, maybe you can follow up on that a little greater.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fast. I think I'm approaching my 3 minutes, and would just like to note on the record that I also received a letter from the Groton Conservation Advocates. I do hope, especially if we're looking to construct multiple fields, that we also do our due diligence and weigh the health and environmental costs as well before we expend that type of money. And so I just want to acknowledge I'm in receipt in that and share those concerns. And again, thank you so much for your work, and looking forward to getting some fields up here in Groton.
Right. Let's see. We have next Councillor Heed. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'll say thank you very much for the presentation and all of the slides. Gardner mentioned the letter from the Groton Conservation Associates, and I just want to echo my concerns about putting out a whole bunch of potentially toxic material that kids could be playing on. I also don't buy into the idea that a company that's selling us a product that they claim is recyclable is actually, do we have the facilities to recycle it? I mean, who recycles it? How much does it cost? There are a bunch of questions with that. So I would have a lot of concerns with that. I want to put that out there first and foremost. Second, is we're going through looking at these different fields that need to be done. Would you say would you be able to prioritize maybe renovating the current fields or creating new fields? Like what's more important in an urgency? Like, do we need to do more women's fields, for example, to get that gender balance into shape? And how about the when you're talking about amenities like bathrooms and those kind of things? My first question starts with a football field. Would you want to start with that, for example, or would you think it's more important to put bathrooms at each of the other fields, like the one up by the middle school, before you start renovating existing properties?
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. Mr. Locken had his hand up. Are you the appropriate person to answer Councillor Heath's questions, or would you prefer Mr. Frost to answer that?
Sure, I can. This is Jerry Locken from Parks and Rec. Yes, in response to the prioritizing, all of these issues, the task force had a very difficult time in trying to prioritize. Do we want to make restrooms available for spectators, or do we want a field for girls softball? those are all important. As Mr. Frost mentioned earlier, we did think that there was a value in addressing the needs at the high school first, because there's a trickle down effect that will impact other fields. So in terms of what has to be done, I think it all has to be done. And you saw, I think one of the final slides there, if we don't do anything, if we build no new fields, we still need a lot of money just to, add things to all of the fields. So, and it's really just about it's like a Solomon's choice. Are you, which is the lesser of evils? And so, I guess I really don't have a good answer to that question. The task force discussed it, struggled with it, and, pretty much came to the conclusion that these are all legitimate community needs. And there are people that are being negatively impacted by the lack of us providing that service. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. But that's about all I can, I'm not able to prioritize them in a 1, 2, 3, 4 fashion. Or the task force was not. I should not say the task force was not.
Councillor Heed, do you have follow-up? You have a minute remaining.
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, we are on to Councillor Bordelon.
Thank you. I first just wanted to say thank you to everyone that was part of this task force. I actually really enjoyed being a part of this, and it was very eye-opening to see some of the deficiencies and the concerns in which kind of have been obvious, but really brought to light as we picked everything apart. As a graduate from Fitch in '98, the ABA compliance and definitely the lack of equality for female athletes at that school is overwhelmingly obvious. As a track runner, couldn't use the field house. You had to go all the way back up to the main high school, and the list goes on. And looking at our neighboring towns, I think you guys really captured a really good snapshot of where we do fall short. And I think it's not a need of what we prioritize. It's a matter of let's start building a plan and putting a plan in place and executing it as we go. No, do I think that we can do it all at once, but we should come up with some form of a plan, because doing nothing, as it was stated, like graduating in '98 and going up there and going to graduations in those stands where parents can't even get on the bleachers if they have any form of disability, it's just not acceptable. I feel in this town, we should be as inclusive as possible. Most times there's porta potties out there. People have immune compromised illnesses, handicaps, disabilities, and cannot use porta potties. I just see families being kind of cut out of their children's education and extracurricular activities. My next question, though, my question, though, is where do we go from here? We take this information, but I feel like as I did some of my own research and looked at other towns, they have a committee or a task force that is permanently in place that's following this. This task force came up about a bunch of people who got together and said, we really need to get something done here. We're struggling in the town, and they came before the council. How do we intercept this sooner? Thank you. Sooner, so that we can approach this in a more diplomatic manner versus piecemealing it and patching as we go. So my question is, I know there's grants and things out there. I know Ledger got some money from the state. How do we form a group that's a collaboration of stakeholders in this town, that's a standing committee that is constantly assessing and reassessing the need in this town versus having the outpouring cry for help at the last minute, and then we're in this much disarray? So that's the challenges I have. And I wonder how the council, or is it a collaboration with the Board of Ed, but someone should take this under their umbrella as a priority, not just as a task force for the town. Thank you. Madam Mayor?
Yes.
As a committee member, may I add another comment, because I was a part of this committee?
You have 10 seconds remaining, Councillor Bordelon.
Okay. I just again, I think this is something that we need to, as we look at economic development and improving the community in other areas, as we talk about TIF and all these extra funding to build and grow. The young people who come into the town look at our high school, and not every student is the academic student. There's a lot of students that are the mid-range student, but extremely athletic and need the extracurricular activities. And when you look at those pictures and look at surrounding towns, tell me where people are going to pick Groton and how can we move that along. That is really an important piece to this puzzle. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon. Councilor Franco, and then Representative Flax wished to speak as well. So we'll go to councilors first, please.
Thank you. And thank you to the task force. I thought it was very impressive, the work we've been doing. Unfortunately, I was on the task force and I wasn't able to attend many meetings simply because I have personal issues going on with my family. But what I've been saying for quite some time now is that the schools and the town, when it comes to sports, has mixed everything together. And maybe they did this to try and save money. So the schools use town property for sports, and the town may use schools for sports. And in most towns, the schools have their own fields and the town has their own fields. And in our town, we've mixed them all together. And this may have been to save money, but it just doesn't seem to be working anymore. So I think this is a great need for our community. And I do have some questions about the Little League field being lost. I mean, that really does concern me, and where we might be able to put it. And that maybe having one intermediate field down at Quantic Plains with all the rectangle fields may not actually be the right place, that we might want to put more rectangles there simply to have all those tournaments and make it a revenue generator. And maybe find a location where we could put intermediate and Little League, or, things of that nature together and as a complex that you can have tournaments. Because when you do have tournaments, you don't want people coming from out of town and then having to drive all over the place to go to all different fields all over the place. So my question is now for John Burt. So funding for this is going to be tough simply because we're sort of reaching our bond limits over the next so many years due to all the school bonding. And we don't really want to go over that. What are your thoughts on trying to prioritize with the CIPs possibly? Or when do you think would be a good time to possibly just go to referendum and see if we can start getting
1 minute remaining?
Excuse me?
You asked for warning when you have a minute. You have a minute left.
Thank you. When do you think would be a good time to go to referendum and see what our community thinks about this and if they would like to support it? And even if we get the referendum and they approve it, how long after a referendum do we have before we can try and start funding?
I would want to bring in our financial consultant about the timing of any referendum in terms of, we've talked about that before. We never did really determine the best time. First I'd like to see the prioritization and see, the costs before we did anything. My initial thought was more of a CIP route where sort of like we did the communication system. We put aside that $1 million that year. That's probably where we need to be generally more up towards that in our CIPs anyway. So if we could come up with a plan of priorities, whether it's a 15-year plan, 20-year plan, whatever is decided, and that we put a certain amount per year and stick with it. That's my initial thoughts, but certainly we could bring in the bond counsel and financial advisor to talk about bonding.
All right. The only reason I bring up referendum is simply because I think we've been talking about this for numerous years. They've done studies previously and nothing has happened. And that's why I'm thinking, or they try and piecemeal it and they try and do small parts and then things never seem to happen. And that's why I'm thinking if we could do a referendum at one point, it could happen and we can start utilizing this quicker than a 20-year plan. Because 20 years, that's an awful long time to wait for a baseball field or for a soccer field. And by then, I mean, our needs may change, and we may need in 20 years even more than what we have now. So thank you, but I would appreciate it if you could maybe check into that, and if the council sees fit, and get back to us on that. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Make sure, yes, I believe Representative Flax wished to speak as a member of the Athletic Fields Task Force, correct, Representative Flax?
That's correct. Thank you,
The floor,
Madam
sir.
Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the council. Just a couple of things. I just wanted to thank the council for creating the task force. I think it was long overdue, and appreciate you guys doing that. I wanted to also recognize Frank, who stepped up as the chair, even though he had never chaired a committee before, and he did a great job. And there was a lot of great people who were involved. It was nice to see everybody come together. And Jerry, who we all know from Parks and Rec, did a great job keeping everybody rounded up and keeping the notes going. So I think they deserve special attention. With regards, there's two things. With regards to prioritizing, I'm wondering if maybe, I think Councilor Bordelon brought it up, that maybe we can keep the task force going in some manner. And as the council discusses things and decides which direction they want to go or want to have more questions answered, you can refer to the task force that's already been created to get those answers. So I would ask you to consider that. And then as far as the fields and the fake fields, the synthetic fields go, I was just wondering if there was any discussion before the Board of Ed put their fields in that are synthetic, because there are two, I think, well, I know the football field, the soccer field at the middle school is synthetic, but how we went around deciding that those would be placed and didn't have a, where it wasn't up in the air about decision. And then one final thing, and that is that I just lost my train of thought. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we have, I'm just checking the attendees. I don't think we have anybody from the board, but I'm assuming that was a permanent school building committee decision as far as the fields over there, but I don't have a definite answer on that. So I think that's a good idea, what Representative Flack suggested with the task force. Okay, so we are looking for counselors that wish to speak on this. I'm just trying to track where we started on this. That started the discussion there. So I do see Councilor Bordelon's hand, but before we go back for second time speaking, I will take it around to the rest of the council. If any other counselors who have not spoken yet wish to speak, you may have the floor now. Councilor Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of express my support for, I know this isn't an official plan yet, but sort of the idea that we invest more money into our fields and sports in general. When I went to Fitch High School, I ran track, and in my personal opinion, it was a very important part of my education there. Track is, you can run all 3 seasons, cross country, indoor and outdoor track. And, we don't have games, we have meets, and a lot of times they're on the weekend and they last all day. So, I spent a lot of time with the track team, a lot of time with my coach, Costa, and he instilled in me a lot of values and knowledge that I still use today. And it was a very important part of me being in high school. And I would, as a track team, we were lucky, but if other sports don't have that sort of same opportunity to, especially female sports, don't have that same opportunity to grow within their sport, I think that's really a tragedy. So I would express, support for moving on and investing money in this. I do have one question, because I've received a letter, as all of us on the council have, about the turf fields and how they're not, they're not safe for the environment and all the hazards. Is the turf essential to the plan, or can natural grass sort of be replaced generally in the plan.
So, Councilor Melendez, would you like Mr. Locken to answer that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Locken, could you address Councilor Melendez's question, please?
Certainly. I think Mr. Frost mentioned it in his presentation that if we went with natural surface fields, grass fields, we would need to add 1/3 more. So if we're adding 3 rectangles, add a 4th. If you're adding 3 ball fields, add a 4th. So the issue there is, yes, you need to construct an additional field. We would likely not get the same type of use out of grass fields as even if we added that 1/3 extra field, we still wouldn't get the exact same use because grass fields are weather dependent. So if it's raining a bit out, or if it rained last night and we can't use a grass field, we can still use a synthetic field. So as Mr. Frost mentioned, that's not a necessarily an even trade. The other piece is when you are adding those other fields, we now need to identify another location or two to put those fields in town. So one of the things that that the existing plan that the task force came up with that hasn't been mentioned here tonight was the benefits that come from locating these fields in close proximity. So when the park staff is going down to maintain a field, they maintain all the fields. They're not driving all the way across town to do different things. So that kind of that focus of fields is great for tournaments. It's also great from a maintenance standpoint. So I guess that, and I'm sorry, it's a little bit long-winded answer to the question, but yes, it could be done using all grass fields. It would take a bit more maintenance. It would take a bit more land. And it would be a bit less useful.
Thank you, Mr. Locken. And Councilor Melendez, you have a minute remaining if you wish to speak again. I'm looking to see if there are any other councilors who wish to speak first. If not, I'm going to take a shot at this. Okay, I'm going to take my turn and let me start my timer. Thank you very much for all your work, all of you. Mr. Locken for organizing, and all the volunteers, including our councilors that served on the task force, and our RTM members who served on the task force as well. I would like to hear more from the Groton Conservation Advocates. We were all in receipt of the letter expressing concern for on multiple fronts for the excessive use or extensive use, I'll say extensive use of synthetic fields. And I believe I heard Councillor Baumgartner and Heed express the same concern. So I will be sending out an email looking for 2 other councillors to support the request to have the Groton Conservation Advocates come before us to fill us in a little bit more. I'm not really prepared to do anything until we hear all sides of this. I've also spoken to some coaches and that coach high school kids, and they share concerns as well for the use of synthetic fields. The other thing I wanted to ask about was if you have had talks with the athletic director and the principal at Grasso, because we are in process, we being my school where I work, is in process of putting into place a brand new football field. And I believe there's going to be a brand new baseball field as well. So I would really urge you to talk to them about the potential for sharing facilities and make use of that, because we are right there. You talk about close proximity to Sutton Park. You're literally a stone's throw from the Grasso property and where the Grasso fields will be located. I am in favor of using Claude Chester and enhancing Sutton Park. I think both of those would be good choices, but I am leaning towards more of the natural field rather than the fake fields, as Representative Flack said. And I would be in favor of keeping the Athletic Fields Task Force in place if it's the desire of the council to do so, because I do think it would be a good idea to address these issues ongoing. That way we have people with expertise that have the knowledge base to work on these issues and be able to come back to us and share as new things come up. You know, when we get this prioritized list, then let's ask the task force to talk to us about it. You know, when we're deciding after we hear about the synthetic fields, let's hear again from people, right? So I think it would be a good idea, and I appreciate that, that recommendation. And I am at 15 seconds, so I'm going to be quiet now and look for hands from any other counselors who have not spoken yet. Any other counselors who have not spoken yet wish to speak? So that would be, let's see, Counselor Zaperi and Parker, I believe. Do either of you wish to speak? And then we'll, oh, Counselor Zaperi, there we go. Counselor Zaperi, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the task force for the presentation they made and for the work they put into this. I would like to recommend to the council that we consider this in terms of the expense that's going to be involved, and that we get very specific about the expenses involved in adding these athletic fields as we need them. I also think that we should prioritize this project in terms of other things that the town has to do. And although I throw my considerable weight behind getting the athletic fields built, I think that we have to be careful about our expenditures and about the things that are most important. And so as we look at the things that we have to do, and there are a number, we prioritize them and go forward within our means. I would hate to see us raise the mill rate appreciably. And I think that we have the potential for getting more income into the town from some of the projects that we've developed. So this is the proposals made are probably within reach, but we, as I said, we have to study it in terms of the specific costs and the relative importance of the ball fields as compared with other things that we're considering. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will ask if Councillor Parker wished to speak before I go for the second round.
No, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillor Bordelon.
Thank you. I just wanted to share some of my remarks with Councillor Franco in regards to, I do feel that we do need to look at the structure of how we run our town in the sense of the prioritizing the fields and who's maintaining and which way they're going. I think that's even one thing that the council could just start to look into, and that doesn't cost anything. I also wanted to share my remarks with Councillor Melendez. I too ran 3-season sports, and we have some great assets at the high school, like Haley Farm, and having that natural environment to go run, which cost the town nothing to basically, you know, step out of the side of the gym and get onto a beautiful park to utilize. But I do think that it is very important that we start looking at renovations. We can look at cost all day, but the cost of the town, the students, the taxpayer, the families, if we kick this down any 5 years, 10 years, we're already behind. Nothing's been done, and that's why we are where we are, because nothing has been done. So we can keep moving it down and we can develop all we want, but to bring in people into the town, you have to, you know, build these infrastructures to allow for families to have access. Looking at the, I know we tossed around the word athletic fields a lot tonight and athletes, but also think of the marching band students and graduation down at the football field and other things that we could have if we had proper amenities and infrastructure there. It's sad, you know, when marching band has to practice after hours because the high school is utilizing the field for football or whatever, and they're on the side of the building and have to come back to the school in the evening, and not, they don't have the proper areas to utilize and be a true marching band with storage down at the field and all the things that they should have. So please consider this not just from an athletic standpoint, but
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. From a marching band and other enrichment programs at the high school. Thank you.
Councillor Franco.
Thank you. Well, Groton conservation advocates have been quite embedded in this conversation tonight as well. Well, I'm not opposed to hearing full, a full report on synthetic fields. I don't think that Groton conservation advocates are actually experts in that field of, what happens on a field. So I would like to prefer to receive information from maybe some other organizations. Because actually, I believe Groton Conservation Advocates are also lobbyists in our community, and I would think we should bring in other groups to actually give us information. And I also think it's a little premature to go and have discussions on what the field texture should be prior to even knowing if we're going to even be building it, what the costs are going to be, what type of timeline, how we're going to do any of this. So I think it's very premature to just bring them in to have this discussion at the moment when it just seems like that's so far away from where we are at this moment. But I, once again, thank the task force. I think this is something that our town is in great need of. We want people to come and live here. And when it comes to economic development, this is part of it. This is what we need. So if you want people to come live in all these apartments we're building, people are building on these properties that we're selling, and you want them to come work here, live, work, and play. So play is part of it. So it's a package deal. And if people come here and there's not much to do, I mean, what's
1 minute
the draw?
remaining.
So why would people want to come live here if we don't have a draw of something? So I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to make something happen. And as I was speaking to a former counselor who was on the council when they put in Quantic Plains, they said that was one of the best things they did for this town. Because they didn't know how successful it was going to be or how it was going to be utilized. And now that you see it, I mean, it is something that we use in our town for not just sports, but we have, gatherings there for other events. I mean, every time you go by, there's somebody there, whether they're just walking the track or there's an event or a sporting, and then playgrounds. I mean, that council said that was one of the best things they did, regardless of everything else that they've done. So this is an opportunity for us to make something happen, and that would benefit and be
Your time is up.
For our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baumgardner, I believe. Yes, Councillor Baumgardner.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, and I'm currently writing it in the chat box. I would like to make a motion to permit the Athletic Fields Task Force to continue meeting.
I'm not sure that we need to have a formal motion. I don't believe we do. Mr. Burt, what is your thought on that?
Well, did you give them a specific task to be ended? I think it was just generally to look at the needs. If so, then I think it can just continue.
Yeah, I don't think I don't recall. I don't think we had, I don't know that we made a motion. So maybe that would be the next step, would be to find out if we made a motion or not. Or if we just said, why don't you guys start meeting?
And only because I recall that they were to report back their findings, and I think as soon as they completed their findings or reporting back their findings, they would no longer be a standing task force, or I shouldn't say standing task force, but
right.
I
am. Is there any objection to having the task force continue to meet from the council?
No.
I'm not seeing any objection from that. Although Councillor Franco has her hand up, so give it 1 second. Councillor Baumgartner, I'm sorry I interrupted you. But if we don't require a motion, I'd prefer just to keep it simple. But let's hear from Councillor Franco, and it is on this matter, correct, Councillor Franco?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would want to make sure that the members on the task force would like to continue to do their work, or would they like to have a different setup of some type of other task force?
Well, that would be, that certainly is their purview if they chose to not take care of this anymore. But I think the idea of having a task force in place is where my mind was when I was concurring with the representative. Councillor Baumgartner, did you have something different in mind, or were you content just to continue with the existing structure if they so choose to serve? You're muted, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I'm comfortable with them continuing their current scope of work.
Okay. So there's no objection just to having the task force stay in place. And then maybe what we could do, Mr. Burt, is we could look into whether or not we need to have an actual extended motion, and we could take care of that on the 26th then. Would that work, Mr. Burt?
Yes.
Okay. Is that acceptable to the council?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much. Okay. So
I had my hand up with a
or you've spoken twice on this, Councilor Bordelon?
question.
I'm going to defer to other councilors first because you've spoken twice. Are there any other councilors who wish to speak?
Councillor Franco spoke twice and then you let her speak again.
That was on a different matter, Councilor Bordelon.
That's what I'm asking to speak on.
We're resolved right now on that issue. Thank you. All right. Any other councilors wish to speak on this? We've gone round twice with all the councilors who wish to speak. It would take a 2/3 vote, I believe, to continue rounds on this.
Yes, it would.
Okay. All right.
Point of clarification.
Yes. Who's speaking, please?
It was Councillor Bordelon. I wasn't asking to speak on the issue. You were asking if anyone had any questions or points about it, and that was my question, as Councillor Franco asked her point of question regarding how we were going to structure it. Like her question was, for example, are we sure that these task force members want to stay apart? That came after her two questions. I was simply asking something to clarify at the same time as well, and you are dismissing me.
So, as I said, Councillor Bordelon, there was no objection. Are you objecting to having the athletic fields task force continue as they are?
Once again, for clarifying point, Councillor Franco was not objecting. She was asking a clarifying question, which I was trying to do. And again, you were blocking me from doing much.
Would you like to ask a question, Councillor Bordelon?
No, thank you, but I would appreciate the same respect is all. Thank you.
I see no other hands. So I will thank the task force for coming out this evening. Let's see. I know I'll forget names if I don't look. Chairman Narosky, Mr. Frost, Mr. Locken, Mr. Veracchione, Representative Flax, thank you so much. And we will be in touch, I'm sure. And if any of you choose to step back at this point, please let us know when we send more work your way. So thank you so much for coming out tonight. And Mr. Locken says thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
All righty, great. Okay, we are on to, just get organized here, guys. (2021-13) Social Worker 2 job description. And this is page 51 in your packet. It began on page 51 in your packet. And I believe we are on Councillor Parker, please.
I make a motion to recommend a resolution approving the revised Social Worker 2 job description. I so move.
Second, Baumgartner.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Baumgartner. And with us this evening, this is Human Services. We have Mr. Zagami, Assistant Manager and Human Resource Director Bob Zagami, and we have Director Marge Fondulis from Human Services. So I'm not sure which of you wish to speak and just kind of introduce this for the public. Of course, the council has read the packet, but would you like to just give a brief overview, please? I'm not sure, Mr. Zagami or Ms. Fondoulis.
Hi, this is Marge Fondoulis. I was waiting for Bob.
It looks like Mr. Zagami, he was having trouble earlier. It looks like he's been dropped.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out for him.
So it's all you, Director Fondoulis. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry for the delay.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Marge Fondoulis, Director of Human Services. Quite briefly, I just wanted to mention that the job description, the revised job description was created because I realized that the existing description did not really do an adequate job of covering the extent of services that the social worker 2 position provides. So the main changes that I made or that I'm recommending to the job description are under additional duties and responsibilities. And those items are basically highlighted in the background that is on your request for a council discussion. The tasks such as a good deal of work that goes into the food locker and serving on local and regional committees. The fact that we continue to receive the evictions and foreclosure notices on behalf of the town and act on those, follow through with tenants that are being displaced. And also we work with the building officials in the city and the town on code violations. And again, working with tenants who are being displaced because of those code violations. And these were the types of things that were not mentioned in the current job description, and I felt it was important to bring those to light. So that was basically it. I think as far as the supervision, I realized that the existing description mentioned receiving casework supervisor from the senior social worker, or casework supervision from the senior social worker, and that's a position we haven't had for probably 12 to 15 years in the department. So it was way past the time that should be changed. So that basically in a nutshell is what I was attempting to achieve.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Zagami is back. Mr. Zagami, did you wish to add anything to this item? Director Fondoulis gave us a brief overview as to the rationale for requesting the change. Did you wish to add?
I was kind of busy. I was on the phone with the Guinness Book of Record for the person who dropped off the Zoom for the most time. So all kidding aside, the thing is, this is a evolution of a position that was changed last in, I think, 1998. And it's currently going on. It's right now, it's working the way the job description is describing it. So that's the work that's going on. I think Marge did a good job of what I've heard.
Okay, thank you so much. And we will start comments from counselors. And we have Counselor Zepari first. Counselor Zepari, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I have just 2 questions. This is a change in a job description for someone who is already employed in the department?
Yes.
So there would be no new employees being added to the roster, is that correct?
That's correct.
And secondly, is there a change in the pay rate for the changes in the job description?
No.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Thank you. That was one of my questions I was going to ask. Are there any other questions from council?
Sounds like we're just improving it. Sorry.
That's okay. Did you wish to speak, Counselor Aubrey?
Yes, it sounds like we're just improving the ability for this person to understand exactly what their job is. And I have confidence in Marge that she has a reason for doing this. So I think it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I see no other hands, so we will vote on 2021-13 Social Worker 2 job description. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously, and just make sure nobody dropped the call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Yes, good to go. Okay, thank you, Director Fondoulis. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All righty, we are on to 2021-12 Community Service Officer job description. And this is on
Page 54.
Page 54 in your packet. And I believe we are on to, let me just double check. I don't want to skip anybody. We're on to Counselor Franco, please.
I make a motion to recommend a resolution approving the revised community service officer job description and proposed pay range. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Aubrey. And we have with us, let me just double check and make sure that we didn't lose people. Yes, we still have Mr. Zagami, and we have Chief Fasaro with us this evening as well. Mr. Zagami or Chief Fasaro, which of you would like to introduce this for the viewing public? Chief, do you want to take it in case Mr. Zagami
just to point out
again? Mr. Bird?
Madam Mayor, can I just point out that it looks like Bob is having once again trouble with this. He's showing, but he's not able to talk.
Right. So we'll take it to Chief unless you wish to speak, Mr. Bird.
Let's see. Chief Sorrow should be on.
Yep,
up there.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. We've worked together, myself and Mr. Zagami, to put together a job description. In fact, that it was already in existence back in 2008. Community service officers are not police officers, but they're generally younger adults who are looking for a career in law enforcement. Many of the surrounding communities have these kind of programs. In fact, our department has benefited from individuals who have been community service officers in other communities. We've certainly paid keen attention to some of the deliberations of the council and the RTM in recent months, and this seems to fit nicely into our, not just our plan for the future of the department as far as recruiting, but also to establish another mechanism for community policing. We're hoping to attract young adults in our community that have an interest in law enforcement that we can bring into the department on a part-time basis to do a variety of duties, not just law enforcement related, but to serve somewhat as community ambassadors. You can see all the details outlined in the job description, but I kind of narrowed it down to what I thought were three key factors that would help us with this. Number one, there are services that these individuals can provide to the town and to our department. Again, they're not police officers, but we're hoping that they will aspire to be. Some of those duties are outlined in this. From fingerprinting, we have an inordinate amount of folks that are in need of fingerprinting right now for jobs, for school teachers or potential school teachers, for people that have applied for pistol permits, for other background investigations, usually associated with employment. They could do that. They could assist police officers. They could work with our community policing unit. They could provide some duties inside the department to both our police officers and dispatchers and civilian staff. They're not to rule out the need for those positions, but to augment them and maybe provide some better services. We also want to establish a mechanism to recruit, train, and select future officers that come from our community. And I see this as being a key way of doing that, really a cost-effective way. We'll have an idea of the talents of these individuals. And then as they mature and they aspire to become a police officer, kind of help them through the process. And again, it aids us in attracting a more diverse group that really are people that we can work with, community leaders. We can also work with the schools in town to identify people that may be either going to college or just out of college or maybe just even exploring an interest in either being a police officer or a dispatcher for us. And then the last thing, as I pointed out, was to enhance our community policing. I know there's been a strong interest in downtown Mystic in the last several years, and we've been working on parking issues and pedestrian traffic. And, you know, I've talked with John Reiner many times about having community ambassadors down there. And again, not to eliminate police officers, but to have someone down there that can assist people, can work with some of the businesses. And if we establish this later on with the parking situation in Mystic, maybe do a little bit of enforcement, but certainly can help with directing traffic and help. So again, I see this as a cost-effective solution, and we're not looking at having a small cadre of people. We're looking at a handful of people. 19 hours a week is what we can do with part-time employees. Again, there's a lot of services they can provide to us, and I think it would enhance a lot of aspects of the department. And again, work with the community to get people into our agency that come from the community and that have an established and invested interest in Groton. As I said, there was a job description on the books. We've added some things to it, as you can see through this newer version of it. But what was most important was to establish a pay plan, and this is a very reasonable pay plan, I think, for what we're looking to do. And again, I've worked with HR to try and put this together. And this is really part of our strategy to move the department forward, as I've been trying to do certainly since I've been taken over as chief in 2015. And this is just one of the many things that I think will enhance our attractiveness as an agency, but also provide exemplary services to the town.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Heed.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I wanted to ask the first question. Well, I guess my only question is, why was it started in 2008 but discontinued a few years later? Does anybody remember what happened?
You know, I'm not really sure. I looked into that myself. From what I understand, we may have had one or two people in 2008 that did this for a very short time. Quite frankly, many people that were around in 2008 in the department don't have a good recollection of what happened, why it was established. But it is, you know, it's something that was there, and I'm not sure if the chief or the department leadership at the time had some other visions, but it just didn't mature and it didn't sustain. And of course, that was before my tenure. One other item I probably should point out too, because I'm sure I mentioned that it was what I would consider a nominal investment, and indeed I think it is an investment. But we do have the ability right now to absorb this in our existing budget for a couple of people. Moving forward in the future, my hope is to get more individuals involved in this program, and we have programmed that for next year's budget. But right now, if we're able to start recruiting and get it off the ground, I don't see a big concern with our budget being able to handle this because of quite frankly, some of the events that we do earlier in the year that because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to do. So I'm able to absorb that in other areas.
Councillor Heed, did you wish to continue? You have time remaining, sir. No? Okay, great. And we are on to Councillor Melendez and then Aubrey. Councillor Melendez, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to the chief, I have a question. I don't think this could anyway be added into the job description in any way, but do you say it's going to be a small handful of individuals? I think this is a great opportunity to find a few young women in our community who could eventually grow and become full police officers. Do you have a certain goal of hiring a certain amount of females to this job position?
No, I haven't. I don't have a particular goal. I mean, diversity is always one of our goals. As you pointed out, we're fortunate to have a strong female contingent of officers. Right now, we have about 10 female officers in the department. one of the things that you'd be interested to know that kind of got me thinking about this last year is we've done internships, both paid and unpaid, for individuals. Last summer, we had a young lady that many of you know that joined us to do an internship, and it was a paid internship. And it kind of gave me food for thought that why don't we make this a more productive type of position, and instead of an internship, give people real experience as a job that they can, if they don't join us later on in their life as a police officer or dispatcher, maybe they go somewhere else, or maybe they can use this to leverage, other public service jobs, or get into a different college or continue their education. I do think it's a great opportunity for anyone. But certainly, diversity, whether it's additional female officers or other individuals of our community who are looking for an opportunity they didn't have before, I think this is a great chance for them.
Councilor Melendez, you have time remaining. Did you wish to speak further, sir?
Nope, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Aubry?
Yes, I'm wondering, what is your plan for training of these people that really have, I would expect at this point, no experience in this?
Sure, that's something that we would do in-house. We do have our training officer and I have spoken on that. We would put together a curriculum. We've kind of worked on that, and we've looked at examples from other departments, but it would be in-house. Unlike a police officer where we send them off to the academy for 6 months, this is stuff that we would train them in-house for the duties that we're expecting them to do. So, those that we bring on board would go through a training period. We'd put them really with a mentor officer, where an officer would be kind of responsible for getting them up to speed on our policies, our procedures, and the things that they're responsible for. And ultimately, they would report to a sergeant and a lieutenant. But really, my goal is to have a mentor officer for them, someone that they can pick up the phone and call, even when they're off duty, just to kind of develop them, not just in this position, but as a person.
Would they be wearing a uniform?
Not the same as a police officer, but yes, they would be wearing a modified uniform.
Would it
more likely khakis, khaki type shirt, and like a golf shirt that identifies who they are.
Okay. That's what I was wondering if it was going to say on there somewhere, is that, so that people understand it's not a full-fledged police officer at that point.
Sure. And they would be identified as a community service officer. Obviously, they'd be under the umbrella of the police department, but they would not be identified as a police officer. They wouldn't have all certainly the equipment nor the rights and privileges. They would be issued radios if they were out of the building working with someone or working in Mystic or another area. But they would not have the rest of the equipment, nor would they be trained on some of the things that we would expect a police officer to be trained on.
Would they have a camera? All right.
Initially, probably not, because of the cost factor that goes along with that. We've entered into a contract. We have a finite amount of cameras, but the camera really isn't the expensive part. It's the licensing and all the other things that go with it. So probably not, unless we got to a point where we increased the number of cameras we had in the department. Again, the intent isn't to get them involved in hazardous situations, but you never know. So, maybe in the future, but not immediately.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 counselors who wish to speak. So we have Councilor Baumgardner, Councilor Zepari, and Councilor Parker. So Councilor Baumgardner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for joining us tonight. I will be supporting the motion on the floor to update this job description. Within the last year, we've talked about reimagining police, not just obviously in Groton, but throughout the United States. And I think this is absolutely amazing that we have identified a need and the ability to create a pipeline for potential future officers in our police department. As Councilor Melendez mentioned, I think it's wonderful that we're thinking about diversifying our ranks. Having a police department that reflects the diversity of our community. And I know our chief, has prioritized that. Will continue to prioritize that, and certainly thank him for that. it was through community policing that I formed a relationship with Officer Robertson as a young cadet with the Groton Maritime Academy.
I hope he's listening. He'd love to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was, through the Maritime Academy that I learned about Groton. I met many of the officers that are still within our ranks and established a relationship with them. And that's how you build community trust. Especially when, once we begin hiring folks for these positions, even if we don't, I hope that is something, we consider bringing back, because I think it's so valuable that young people establish relationships with the folks who keep us safe in our community. And so again, seeing the focus on community policing, again, emphasized in that job description, I think is absolutely great. So, thank you, Chief, for taking the lead on this. Again, I'll be supporting this, and wishing you and your family a very happy New Year.
Well, thank you. Same to you, Councilor Baumgartner. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We are at Councilor Zepari, Parker, and then Bordelon.
Chief, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's a good idea to encourage young people to develop careers in law enforcement. However, I am concerned about the cost, as always, I understand you're going to be hiring 6 new people. Is that correct? You said a handful.
Not an issue. No, a handful. I'm looking at potentially 2 in the near future and as many as 4 or 5. Obviously, I'm not going to look to overburden our budget. I am sensitive to that. But I do think this is for a modest amount of money. I think it's a huge return in our investment.
I did some things with a calculator while before we started to speak. So my numbers are a little bit high because I calculated on the basis of 6 new hires for 19 hours a week for average pay of $16 an hour. The range was supposed to be $15 to $17.45. And I came up with actually a cost of $94,848 per year. Now that may be, if you take one of those 6 people out of there, we would reduce that by roughly probably $15,000, and so we'd get down to about $80,000 or $79,000 per year. I'd like to know if these new people are necessary for you to complete your mission to the town of Groton, to protect the people of the town of Groton.
Well, I think the answer to that pretty simply is we're going to carry out our mission whether we have them or not. What I would like to point out is that 19 hours is the maximum amount they would be working. I anticipate some of them would not be able to put that type of time in. Whether it's after school or on weekends, we're not looking to have them staffed 24 hours a day. Kind of during key times during the week, during the summer months, they'd probably be more active as opposed to this time of the year, unless there's a need for them. So the amount of time they'd be working at the department may ebb and flow throughout the year. We may find that there's more benefit to have them working, say, on an evening shift where we have additional need, or on a weekend where there's activities in certain parts of the town where they would be most useful. But again, we've had a part-time budget, so I intend to incorporate part of this into the budget that we already have. We've over the years had kennel hands, we've had part-time animal control officers, we have school crossing guards, we have supernumerary officers, and we have part-time dispatchers. So part of it would come out of our existing budget. I see the number that you came up with, that 94,000. I venture to guess it's going to be far lower than that. And in fact, what we're programming for next year, and I don't have that figure on the top of my head, but it is lower than that.
I think, I think we have to be cautious about how we spend the taxpayers' money. We have to fulfill certain functions. And as we spend money beyond that, I don't think we're doing our duty to them. Chief, I have the utmost respect and admiration for you personally. I think you already know that.
1 minute remaining, sir.
But I'm generally in favor of encouraging young people to come into law enforcement, but I'm strongly opposed to spending the taxpayers' money without seeing the necessity for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Zeperi. We have 3 councilors that wish to speak. We have Councilor Parker, Bordelon, and Franco. Councilor Parker, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chief Fazaro, quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
You said up to 40 people, and are you just thinking about the Mystic area, or are you thinking about all across the town?
No, all of Groton. I mean, I don't. We've had discussions and probably over the last year and a half about Mystic with parking. I see that being a primary issue in Mystic during the summer months, but no, they're not going to be assigned exclusively to any particular section of town. Again, they'll be nested within our community policing unit, so there's a wide variety of locations and events that they'll be working at.
Okay, so they'll probably be at the Groton Public Library, downtown Mystic, and wherever else you see fit for them to be.
Sure, they could be, yes. And it's based on availability too. As I was just pointing out to Councilor Zeperi, if we have an event going at the library or at Pequannock Plains and they're on duty with an officer, then they could be assigned to those as well.
And then they'll be working in the office sometimes with the officers or dispatch or doing clerical work at the same time.
That's right. They may have a little bit of, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, they will be working in the building. What I pointed out, getting them to take fingerprints, which we've had select times for people to come in for fingerprinting for licenses and permits and things of that nature. We would have the ability to increase those timeframes by having these individuals doing it rather than a police officer. So it would expand those capabilities. They would have duties inside the building. Again, trying to keep them out of hazardous situations, but to give them a real taste of law enforcement and the duties that happen in the department.
And we'll expand on the diversity of that program.
That is one of my intents. That is, as I've told the council before, recruiting has been a challenge in the last couple of years, and certainly this year in particular. We've tried to expand our talent pool. We've gone out to a bunch of different sources to get candidates who we think are going to not only be a diverse group, but also suitable for the department and for the town. That has been a challenge. And my hope is that if we can start breeding them from within, and what I mean by that is from within the town of Groton, looking at school officials at Fitch High School and Grasso Tech and people that we trust that could point individuals in our direction who could possibly be police officers in the future. I think, this is the best way to get good folks of diverse backgrounds into the department.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon and then Franco.
You're muted, Councilor.
Thanks. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I think this is a great opportunity to bring in some diversity, some everything, basically. My question, I guess, is, as I don't see an age range on this, I think it also would open up an opportunity. I know of a system in Massachusetts where I went to school where they had a program similar to this. They opened it up to the youth, but they also did fill it with retirees that maybe did not go into law enforcement, but have an interest in helping and supporting their community. And it was a way to help diversify, to bring in minorities, females that might want to work a part-time shift like this. Is there an age range that you're targeting here? Is it going to be just youth, or would it be open to, say, other age ranges?
No, as you can see from the job description, there's no limitation. We can't obviously discriminate based on age, but really my intent is to try and get folks that are looking for a career in law enforcement that that we can grow from within, that may be people that are looking for a future career. I would want them over the age of 18 for a lot of reasons that you could probably imagine. But as I pointed out at the very beginning, we've been the benefactor of these programs from other communities. We have multiple officers within the department who have served as community service officers in other communities. We were fortunate to get them before they got employment there or somewhere else. So that is my intent. But we're not looking at eliminating anyone because of their age or any other factors. But I do want this to be kind of a trial period for them to say, hey, is this something that you would like to do in the future full time? It is paying, it is providing a service, it is doing something beneficial to our department and to the town. But again, not looking to eliminate anyone in particular, but really the target audience is young adults of various backgrounds who are interested in law enforcement. And this would kind of dovetail off of what we used to have, which was a youth explorer program. I think this would be something that would benefit us a little bit more and be, as I stated earlier, a long-term investment in the future of the department.
Thank you for that. I think it is important to really look from within. And I think it's important to have your law enforcement reflect the community that it serves, and when recruiting, looking for people who want to live and be in the town as well, because it's nothing better than to have someone who's enforcing law but also is established and a part of the community. So it's nice to have that history, as it's nice to welcome people from outside communities, but it is nice when people reside. And I know that is some qualifications for some other communities for law enforcement, that they want you to live in the town for those reasons. So, or highly encouraged. So I think this is a great way to get some familiar local faces in and some youth that want to bridge into this, or just use it as a stepping stone into something else or greater. So thank you for bringing us forward.
Thank you.
Councilor Franco?
Thank you. Hello, Chief Pizarro.
Good evening.
I think it's an absolutely tough time to be a police officer in our country. And I truly admire all the work that the police do in our community. And I think to hire police officers right now must be a very tough job for you. So I look at this as a very small amount of money to introduce a new recruiting tool that brings great benefits to our community. I have heard members on our council have routinely requested that you look for alternative recruiting mechanisms. And I, for one, think this is what you've done. And I think you've listened, and this would be a great addition to our town, as I have also witnessed this in other communities, like you've said. And I think it works well there from just a viewpoint as just somebody that may be visiting their town and walking around and just seeing these people out there helping direct traffic or helping people in the community just for directions. Or, I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm sure they're, keeping their eyes and ears open as to what's going on in areas. So I think it's wonderful. And I also crunched some numbers. So, but my question is, on the description, it says part-time seasonal. So are you looking at mostly just summer? With like maybe kids being back from college, or when that might be the business time for you?
No, I think that's just the way that obviously we may have more of a need during the summer months and probably a more frequent use of them during the summer months. But I believe that's just the way it looks on the HR pay plan. It's a part-time / seasonal pay plan. So all the part-time employees fall under this category of part-time and seasonal. I think that's just where they assemble all of the part-time positions.
Okay. So are you looking to have them full-time year-round?
I would like them year-round, yes.
Okay.
Clearly there are times in our business, particularly in Groton, when things get more active during the summer because of tourism and all that we have going on, as opposed to this time of the year where it's, after the holidays and weather generally is, less favorable to outdoor activities. So most people stay home. But we could have individuals who are college students that work only during the summer. We could have others that work year round. And I think the important part is we haven't done this before, so we're not exactly sure what that will look like and what their level of commitment and ability to dedicate time will be. So, I wanted to start small and, look at 2 to 4 people. If it becomes a worthwhile endeavor and it becomes something that we rely on more and more, and it's a benefit to the town, a benefit to the department, as I pointed out before, it nets us some officers in the future who are, as Councilor Bordelon said, invested in the community part of it and a diverse group, then I think it will be a worthwhile venture.
All right. Well, thank you. I think it's great, and I thank you for bringing this to us. And I would support this. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I also want to point out, it is a non-benefited position. So although it's part-time, there's no benefits as well. It's purely just a part-time job, a paycheck for those that participate in it. And I hope there's people watching this right now that say, oh, that'd be great for me. I'd love to do that. Or my nephew or my son or my daughter or my cousin would be a great person for this. And we get a good pool of candidates.
Right. And if this is approved tonight, how soon do you think you would be looking to start recruiting your first?
I would work with HR to try and recruit probably, after the official approval.
Okay. So you're not going to wait for like the next budget season or anything. It would be.
No, I think it will take a little while to put out the advertisements, to do a selection process, and then to get people on board. And as I pointed out, right now, if we were to bring people on, I would absorb it in our existing budget. And I have a little bit of room to do that because there is some part-time positions that we haven't fully filled this year because of the pandemic, as well as some monies that are available. And I'm not saying this because it's wasteful. It's money that we wouldn't spend. It's money that's going to go back to the town anyway. But we use lots more money when we have events during the summer. We have as you guys know, we have some overtime accounts that we draw from when we have 4th of July, the fireworks, Mystic Art Fest, all those things. And last year, the St. Patrick's Day Parade, all those things didn't happen this year. So we do have a little bit of money that I could absorb it through the rest of this budget year, but we are programming that for next year as well.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me start my timer for myself now. Hold on one second. It is 8:45 and go. Okay. So thank you, Chief, for being with us this evening again. I just would like to share that I am supportive of this from the stance of enhancing community policing, from the stance of potentially increasing the diversity of the town police force. So I'm echoing the sentiments of what other councilors have said prior. I think it's a great opportunity to get young people involved in the community, not necessarily selling it as a law enforcement thing, but selling it as being part of your community, working with the people in the town that you know. And once you get them doing that as like a service to their community, then hopefully by interacting with the mentors that you have in your department, then you can get that growth in the recruitment, right? So the young men and the young women that you might be able to bring on board, looking to just serve the community, not necessarily maybe focused on law enforcement, but once they start interacting with you and they start seeing the officers as peace officers, right? Then maybe they do want to, go to the police academy and join your force. So I think it's a good program, and I hope you have good luck recruiting. And I hope you will be in touch with the guidance counselors at the schools in the area, looking for those seniors, maybe the kids that were considering military career might like to pick this up and do this part-time until they ship off or whatever. So thank you. And I wish you good luck with this. And I hope that we can have some young kids that are looking to stay in Groton and work with you.
Well, I hope so too. Thank you, Mayor. And my guess is you'll probably see some of them at council meetings in the future when we're back live and getting a little bit of a civics lesson and understand that there's many different facets to what we do in government work, whether you're in the police department or town council or other town agencies. So hopefully it will be a great experience for them. And I appreciate the support. And I certainly hope that support extends it or lends itself to you pointing people in our direction when in fact we do start advertising for this for individuals who would be welcome additions.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're starting in on our second round of council comments at this point. Councilor Borderline, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know Councilor Zapiri was looking at the numbers. Would it be fair then to say, looking at it being more fiscally responsible, I think it's a great program, and I think easily we could support like 6 youth. But would it be fair to say with anything starting out, we don't know where it's going to go? I mean, you might get 100 applicants. Would it be fair to start, I mean, there's no number in here necessarily, but to say like we would start with 3 and then you'd report back on the growth and how it is. And if it's like really working out great, then move it up. I guess my thought from being like fiscally responsible would be you have it in the budget now, but we don't know what the budget's going to hold with COVID. And so under the next cycle, you know, having that inflation come on could be a line item that is a bit tough. I'd be fully supporting this, as I stated, but would it make more sense to kind of keep it a little bit more open, but slow it down a little bit to say, let's start with 3 and let's get those filled and then report back?
Well, I said from the outset, my intent was to have 2 to get started in the near future and then maybe grow it from there. We don't know what it's going to look like. And I was asked about training, so we want to establish that. Mm-hmm. And I think having a pair would probably work well. And it, you know, if they work out, yes, indeed, expand it from there and look at what we have available for funding in the future. But yeah, I do agree starting it out small so we can kind of get this off the ground. And figure out what their, you know, beyond just the job description, but what their real roles are going to be, what they're going to be doing and the duties that they're going to be performing, and then expand it from there. And what we may find is that, 19 hours a week is too much for one person, but maybe we could expand it beyond one person, right? If there were 2 people that were doing 10 hours a week, that might be a little bit different. So, I concur in the fact that in the sense that I think that we're going to need to figure out this in the short term with a couple of people before we get a whole host of folks doing it. I don't see it being a large contingent at any point in time. I don't see it being a maximum, maybe a half a dozen, if that. But again, only time will tell, and I'll certainly be more than happy to keep the council and certainly the town manager informed on how it's working. So when his communications with you, he can keep you up to speed on where we've seen this go and what we anticipate happening in the future.
So I guess my question, John, would it be appropriate to say that you were making, like, the motion then would read that we would start off with like 3, and then as the program grows, we'd reassess and expand at the time?
My only concern is, like he said, you don't know what kind of configuration of hours you could get. You could even have 4 people with 6 hours. It's really hard to know.
Okay.
I hate to put limits at this point.
So would it be appropriate to say then maybe 60 hours?
Yeah, that would be hard for us to manage the hours based on, I would suggest for the council's consideration that we confine it just to the job description of the pay plan, and hopefully you have the trust in myself and the town manager to manage it effectively. And what, with the assurances, we're not looking to get a huge group of folks, but to make sure that we get this off the ground without setting a number, so to speak, because I may have someone that we hire initially and says, you know what, I'm not in this. I don't really want to do this. And then, we have to start all over again. So,
I mean, I don't think it comes with any distrust or thinking that someone's going to, rig the system. I just think that we sometimes, we don't even know why the program ended in 2008. And so as we look at things like this, we have to think long-term. I guess I think, where I work, everything we do, we have to think 10 years out, right? We could have a whole nother group of staff, chiefs, officers. We don't, people retire. And so someone could say, well, there was no number on this. And so I hired 15. I think it is important to put some
1 minute
parameters on it.
remaining.
Thank you. Some parameters on it, just so that we have a scope of where it would be, let it be hours or numbers. But either way, I'm still going to support it. I was just saying it would just, leaving it open-ended is sometimes down the road when other people go back to read this, it's kind of, well, how many? I don't know. It leaves a lot of assumption is all, that's all. And it doesn't really let us know. So if you're thinking a max of 19 and 3, well, then that's about 60 hours. So you could put 5 or 10 people within 60 hours, but that kind of gives you some budget idea. That's my only thought. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say we're approving a job description tonight. We're not approving any budget items. Mr. Burt, you wanted to speak, sir?
Yeah, that was one of the things I wanted to mention, that it will be set in the budget, in the upcoming budget. That will be the limiting factor. But also just to point out, Chief Fasaro is trying to think out of the box. And I think part of that is also being flexible and allowing us to try some things.
Okay, we have Councilor Franco, and I think Councilor Obery was raising her hand as well. Yeah. Councilor Franco?
I think many of the things have been said by Mr. Burt, because I would assume that it would be coming in the budget and we'd be approving that in a line item. And right now he's using his current budget and just going to see how it plays out with that. And maybe he'll be able to report back and tell us how things are working. And maybe in a couple months, maybe if he has somebody and after they put an ad out to see what the response is, he might, I don't know, report back then. But I would think that John Burt and Chief Fasaro would be the best ones to put a number on anything, and I'm okay with just approving a job description. Thank you.
Councilor Obery, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. I'm concurring with Rachel at this point. I think it's best to just approve what we have in front of us as a concept. It's going to be controlled by budget. So this year, as he said, he has some money to begin the program. When he comes back, he has to come back and substantiate that. So I think that it would be better if we don't micromanage at this point. We just ask him to go forward, do it, and see how it goes forward. And at budget time, we'll get a little bit then to look at. And I have faith in the chief that he's always very conscious of the money. So I think it's a great idea, and I'm 100% behind it. And I'll give you a list of my grandchildren.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm all done.
Okay, thank you. All right. Seeing no further hands, we will vote on 2021-12 Community Service Officer job description. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Aye.
That motion passes 7 in favor, 1 opposed to Perry, 1 abstention Parker. So that passes. And thank you, Chief, for coming out this evening and for sharing this idea. And thank you for innovating and trying to find new ways to invigorate the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
You too.
And Happy New Year.
Thank you. We are going to take a 5-minute recess. It is currently 8:56. We will start again at 9:01. All right. See you in 5 minutes. We are on to item 2020-5901, Board Commission Member Recognition. And I believe we are on Counselor Heed.
There is no motion for this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. So then I will yield to Counselor Melendez if you would like to introduce this item and tell us what your committee is asking for discussion this evening. Counselor Melendez, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Well, actually, this idea, I believe, originated with Councilor Heath, so I think he would be best to introduce it. But I would just say that all three of the members of our committee were unanimously in support of it.
Okay, very good. So Counselor Heed, back to you, sir. You're muted, Counselor Heed.
Sorry. One of the chairs of one of our commissions pointed out that there were people serving. There was someone in particular who would serve for several years, several terms, and had done a lot of heavy lifting and was going to retire, and inquired if there was anything that the town did. Like, do we give a proclamation? Do we, throw them a party? What do we do to recognize their many years service? And when you think about how much of what our town government does through the work of volunteers, many of whom have, specified, they have some sort of specific expertise that they bring to it, or, even just committing the time is often just enough. But our thinking was, could we give them, actually, I think it was Councilor Zapiri's idea, instead of doing like a proclamation of some sort or some letter, framed letter, to maybe give them a plaque. And I have one right here as an example that, I got it from my employer, and it's just something nice. You don't really think anything of it until you're not working there anymore. And then you go, oh yeah, that was really nice. How fun was that? And it's just something, you can hang it on the wall. It's got a little thing on the back, so you can, set it on your bookshelf if that's where you prefer. But so I reached out to a few places, and I found one company located here in Groton. Let's see, the name is Champion Sports. Okay, and Champion Sports and Awards. And apparently the town actually has ordered items through them before. They're right on Fort Hill Road. And so, thinking what would be cost effective, we came down to a 6x8-inch cherry wood engraved area, where the engraved area is maybe like half of that. And it has a Town of Groton logo on it, and you could have 3 or 4 lines of text. And the quote she gave me was $29.95, so essentially $30. And so what we discussed in the committee was maybe we could do something where if you serve 3 consecutive terms, or you are on, you do something, someone who serves half a term or doesn't complete their first term, it's, we thank you for your service, but we're not going to buy you a plaque. So my thinking is maybe like you do 2 consecutive or 3 consecutive terms on any committees. You could jump from one committee to another. It doesn't matter. I just think it would be something nice, to show our appreciation as a town to people who are volunteering many hours of their time, often several evenings a month for some of the committees. So just a thought, and we discussed it, and I don't know if Councilor Zapiri or Councilor Melendez would like to add anything to it.
Councilor Zapiri, would you like to add anything to this as a member of the committee, sir?
I think that, we have a number of positions on different commissions and boards that go unfilled. I think in recognizing people who have served on them, and I would recognize anybody that's served for any period of time, we would call attention to the fact that these commissions and boards exist and rely on the participation of volunteers who are not paid. who provide a valuable service to the town and to the people of the town. So I would be in favor of giving recognition to anyone who has served even one term. Not, it's appropriate to say thank you for that, but it's also in our own interest to, by recognizing people who have served, to let the public know that these commissions are in existence and that we do need people to step up and fill those slots. So I'm strongly in favor of this. For council that spent $79,000 just now to get kids involved in law enforcement, and we gave away $9,000 worth of land, and I don't know what else we've done for giveaways. This is a small amount of money to be spending, but it's in the town's interest to promote participation in town government. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've heard from all three members of the committee who have asked us to consider this particular item. So now I'll open up to the rest of the council. If the rest of the council wishes to speak on this item, we will take care of that now. So let me just jot this down so I have it in order. Councillor Franco.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I was just wondering if an official citation from the town council that we do for many groups when we're acknowledging them would be appropriate, and then they could be presented at the town council meetings. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Councillor Bordelon.
Thank you. I was going to say something similar to that. I think it would be nice to do a citation. We allow for it in our agenda, usually awards and recognitions, and a proper town council recognition or plaque that was presented. I think it's a great idea of some sort. What it should be, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is important. Even just like even people that were on the RTM that have left over the years. I mean, they served 2 and 3 terms. One of the fondest memories I have since I've been involved is Mrs. Alicia Bauer, who served on the RTM, who passed several years. Has it been a couple of years now? I think so. Maybe over about a year. She's a longtime family member of Ian's mother, and she served. I think I was in touch with Conrad, and we were chatting, and there was a really good picture when she was presented with a recognition of being on the RTM and what have you. And I think she really appreciated it, if I remember, and I bet you Conrad could speak to it better. He delivered it to her assisted living program, and Ian's mother remembers her speaking of that fondly, like that, how thoughtful and recognized she felt. So I do think it's a great gesture. And after, I'll let Councillor Heed speak to this, and I could be mixing this up, and if I'm wrong, he can speak to it. After he did some more research, he realized that Mrs. Bauer had served on many other things, not just in Groton. Like her background was much greater than what we even knew. And so it even made it more special. So I just think there's ways that we can look back and reflect on members in our town. I think it is an important thing to do. And there's many ways that we can do such. Thank you.
Mr. Burt, did you have any ideas about how this would be handled? I know in the past, when Councillor Parker and Obrey and I served on the RTM, and Clerk Tarbox was there, she would do this on an annual basis, and I think it came out of the clerk's budget. So where would you foresee this money coming from in order to handle these recognitions if the council so decided to move ahead?
I agree with doing that still. We'll need to figure out what the average number of people that fit this category are so we can put that in the budget, but that's easy enough to do.
So I'm sorry, so you agree what?
With the clerks, I think keeping it that same way.
I'm looking to see who's spoken on this already. Councillor Aubrey.
The only thing that I have a little concern about, and I know this is kind of complicated a little bit, but if we have somebody that comes in and they're on the RTM for one session, and we certainly appreciate that, as you mentioned, but then if you have somebody like we recently had a gentleman that retired from the Shellfish Commission who'd been on that over 20 years, and to give him the same thing would be, I think, inappropriate. So maybe we need to set some guidelines, for the amount of years or something like that. Like I say, I don't want to complicate it. I think it's wonderful to do, but I think sometimes if somebody put in 20 years and they got the same thing as somebody put in 2, we might be upsetting them rather than pleasing them. So I just think we need to maybe just have some general guidelines that would help us just a little bit. I mean, I know, I've got this wonderful thing on my wall that I got for being Citizen of the Year in the Groton City, and it's the highlight of my office, but that probably took me 25 years to earn it. So for what it's worth, I think we need to think about it just a little bit more.
Okay. So let me see. So Councillor Heed and then Councillor Franco. Councillor Heed, you're muted, please. Could you please unmute?
For crying out loud, this mute button, I'm telling you. Okay, so essentially what Councillor Aubrey was talking about was the debate that we were having. That's why we didn't come to the council with a specific idea. It started out with, should we just give them a proclamation? And it got into, why not give them a plaque? But when we're talking about spending $30 versus 25 cents for a proclamation, my feeling is we should give a proclamation to everybody. And I think to Councillor Bordelon's point, that's what we did with Alicia Bauer. We looked, it was DTC though, not as council. We looked at it like we want to give her a little recognition because she's off the RTM now. We understand she's having some health issues. And we found out that this woman had been involved in multiple towns since like 1972 and was like a very accomplished individual. And we had no idea, we're looking at her as the last 2 years we've seen her where she's starting to slow down, she's having sort of speech issues and, you can tell, or you don't know who she is anymore, but like, look at everything that she accomplished over time. And she was thrilled to get this, by the way. I think if we gave maybe that's what we do is we do something where it's a proclamation if you serve any amount of terms, but then you get a plaque if you're on for more than 5 years or something. That was just the thought process is we wanted to come to you and to ask the council what you wanted to do, what you thought would be a good idea, because we couldn't come to an agreement on that one.
Okay. Councillor Franco.
I would be in agreement for a citation for everybody, and that would work out fine. And like you said, let's just come up with an agreement that over a certain amount of years, that you get something more, and maybe it's a plaque, and as a recognition, but that's the number. And maybe we should just decide what the number should be. Should be over 15, should be over 10, 20. I think we're all sort of in agreement. People need to be recognized, but let's just figure out what the number is, and then we can just sort of take care of that and move forward.
Councillor Aubrey, I do see your hand, but I need to go to other councillors first.
No problem.
And I saw someone waving at me. It was Councillor Baumgartner. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Aubrey, I'm having a hard time finding my buttons. No, I think we should also consider including town employees in the mix. I know I think either this week or last week, but the town clerk's office had a retirement. I knew Michael Thorpe who I had the pleasure of working with in the past, his time in New London. I think we all know that our town clerk has stolen the best and brightest from some of our surrounding municipalities, and I understand Mike will be retiring. So, want to congratulate Mike for his service to our community. But I also know there are others, within the last year and years past that have retired, and it would be appropriate to also recognize them as well, perhaps in the form of a citation, as has been mentioned. So, somewhat unrelated, I think we should consider including them in the mix as well.
Thank you. And I need to just look and see. Okay, so Councilor Zepari, this is your first time speaking on this item and not as a member of the committee. Councilor Zepari, you have the floor. Councilor Zepari, you're muted as well. You're trying to make Councilor Heed feel better, aren't you?
I said I just can't resist bringing in a mixture of church and state. The discussion we had today about giving more recognition to someone who's worked for 20 years versus someone who's worked for 1 year just calls to mind the gospel about the man who called people to work in his vineyard, and those that came out and worked from morning until afternoon got a day's pay, and those that worked from 4 until 5 also got a day's pay, and people were upset about that. I also would call attention to the fact that if we're giving someone a $35 plaque for a year of service, that's pretty cheap labor rate. And if we want to withhold the $35 plaque for someone who's given 20, I really don't care. My idea is, frankly, we should recognize people for their service, and the return is we promote interest. We let people know that the commissions are there, that they need participation, and come join us. Let's make Groton greater than it is. So that's the only thing I have in mind. But I was just very amused by the layering of reward according to the number of years that have worked in the field. It's not a reward, it's just a recognition and a thank you. And we owe everyone that much, and I don't care what form we put it in. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in and take my turn. Again, and I don't mean to sound like back in the day, but back in the day, the clerk would have, not at a council meeting, not at an RTM meeting, she would have one day where the senior center would be reserved and everybody would be invited to that event. So your members of the board, your members of the commissions, your RTM members, your counselors, everybody would be invited out for one evening, and then everyone would be recognized. And it might have been a piece of paper and a little folder, but they called your name and they said what you served on. And you walked up front in front of everybody and everybody applauded for you. And it was nice. And it was that recognition. There were years when there were also little tiny lapel pins that were purchased, and one was given to everybody who served. But I think I agree that something should be done. I agree that it would be, nice to recognize the people that have been here for a longer time, but I think we should probably start with something that's doable and that's easy. And maybe let's try to have a night where we recognize, community volunteers, Groton volunteers. We salute you, Groton volunteers, and invite everybody out. And of course, once the pandemic is over, and then, maybe it's just printing up those little proclamations and putting them in a little folder with a seal on it. And I think that's a nice way just to say thank you. And then later, if we want to go down the road of buying plaques or whatever, we can do that. But I think it would be good to just start with something simple to begin with, and, see how it goes and see how it develops. So those are my 2 cents. And we are on to looking to see. This will be Councillor Aubry second time, and then Councillor Bordelon follows that. Councillor Aubry.
Well, I just want to say I hear what everybody's saying and whatever that we work out. Actually, this time, if you were doing something for all the volunteers and you're all coming in, it would be televised. So that would add a lot to it. As when it was done in the past, it was just a group of us got together and congratulated each other. But if it's televised, then you can say to your family, you know, I'm going to get a little something tonight, so pay attention. So I think that would add something to it anyways. And, you know, whatever, I think that'd be a very nice way to start it. So thank you.
Okay. We're going to Councillor Bordelon for her second time, and then Councillor Melendez. Councillor Bordelon.
Thank you. I agree. I think having a night of recognition is even more powerful than a plaque or paper. I think it adds its own ceremony to it, which is nice for people to be recognized. And I think a plaque or paper, I'm in support of both or one or something, but I think at this point, starting anything would be better than what we currently have. And so I think it's a great idea to move something forward. And, you know, I guess, you know, the boards and commissions, I think RTM members, you know, I think, you know, anybody that's serving, I know Councillor Baumgartner brought up a town employee. I'm not sure what, if I guess the question would be to John, what do we already do for town employees? Do they get a plaque or something in the town when they retire?
There is no set program right now. The place I formerly worked at, my last job, we did start something like that. So I'm all for that. That'd be great.
So there's nothing for.
There's nothing right now, no.
All right. So I feel like we have two separate things kind of going on almost. I mean, you have the town employees who have served that were paid positions, and then you have volunteers who, you know, are on, you know, boards and commissions, volunteer, RTM, you know, council, I guess, people in the past. These are all non-paid positions. So, I mean, I feel like, you know, there might be something internal from the town office that maybe town staff could keep track of, and then the other part could be the clerk's office for the other boards, commissions, RTM, council. I don't know. I don't know if would something like that work, John, where you guys had your own internal?
Sure. Yeah. HR, you know, would be the appropriate department for the internal part for the departments or employees.
Right. And it could be still televised. I mean, they could be on their own particular time and invite everybody to come or be a part of that. But I would think that our town staff, you know, should be recognized, as Councilor Baumgart stated, and that could be as part of their parting, you know, some recognition, some type of something. So
I've seen a lot of places. You don't get that many. You'd have less people for employees than you would for committee members. You know, I think it'd be kind of nice to have them come to a council meeting to, you know, accept something for the employees, because you wouldn't have it that often.
Correct. That would be great, and I think it would utilize the line that we always have that we don't use a whole lot. I think it would make sense to use it in that capacity for town employees and things like that.
1 minute remaining.
So I'm in full support. Just figure out the mechanics of who's monitoring it and who's keeping track. And I don't know that the number of years served. I mean, I don't think people are going to run around and say, I got the paper, you got the wood. You know, I think it really is just something at this point. So if we have nothing, we should start somewhere. And I think we could start with the paper and move forward into something bigger later, or it can evolve, but let's see how we can get a hold and handle of it to start. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Councilor Melendez, if you'd like to speak on this, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I like the idea proposed by the mayor where we do an event, and it would be nice if it was played on GMTV, and then, you know, everybody would come up, you know, we would recognize this committee, that committee, and it would be done on an annual basis. So, you know, it's not just when you leave you get thanked. It's sort of like, you know, as you go on, we're continually thanking you for your service. And it would also be, an event on TV, and people would understand, that there are these committees that they can volunteer for and what they are, and maybe if they're interested in them. So I would be in support of that idea. Thank you.
All right. We are looking at Councillor Zepari's second time as a councillor and not a committee member. Councillor Zepari?
I think there's a consensus that we're in favor of this. There is no motion on the floor. I'd like to see us move forward to have an official motion for the next COW meeting, and then present it to the council for a final decision. So we just get it going. I hope that we can move forward, but right now we can say we're all in favor of it, and it will die here unless we are giving some direction as to how we want to move.
Okay, so at this point, Councillor Franco, you've spoken twice already, I believe, on this item.
What's going to happen if I want to make a motion?
Excuse me?
What happens if I want to make a motion? I've already spoken twice.
I will yield the floor to you in a minute as soon as I get the other councillors who haven't spoken twice.
Okay.
So the other councillors, I'm trying to see who has not spoken twice. Councillor Melendez has not spoken twice. Councillor Parker has not spoken on this item. So do either of you wish to speak again on the motion on this topic, Councillor Melendez or Parker?
I could make a motion.
Okay.
So, all right, let me write it in chat.
Thank you so much. I was just going to ask that.
Yeah.
So I'd ask at the beginning of the meeting if there were going to be any motions made, if they could be placed in the chat box. That way we could all have the opportunity to read them, and then it will also facilitate the manager being able to get the accurate motion for Ms. Hilton for when she is doing our minutes. So we will take that.
I will move to recommend the establishment of a recognition program for volunteers at an annual televised meeting, and to establish an internal program for the recognition of retiring employees. So moved.
And I will second that. Moved by Melendez and seconded by Granatowski. And can everyone see?
For clarification, I couldn't hear him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can everyone see it in the chat window? Councilor Melendez, it's moved and seconded, but would you like to read it one more time for everyone, please?
Yes. I move to recommend the establishment of a recognition program for volunteers at an annual televised meeting, and to establish an internal program for the recognition of retiring employees.
Okay, so that motion has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on this motion? Councilor Bordelon, and excuse me 1 second before you start. So Rules Committee people, because this is a motion now, we start another round of 3 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Councilor Bordelon.
I just had a question about, actually, I have a different question, actually. Mine was just clarifying. I think I was a little confused because Rachel was trying to be called on, which makes a great point. If you're on your second round and you put your hand up, but you were trying to make a motion, how will you know what we're putting our hand up?
Put it in chat.
No, but we're not, that wouldn't work at a live meeting. Or if I wanted to change this motion and I spoke twice already, like how do we, I just want to make sure I'm understanding how to operate.
So as I said before, I was going to go back to Councilor Franco after the other people who hadn't spoken twice had an opportunity to do so. She indicated she wanted to make a motion. Councilor Melendez, it was his turn first. Yeah. He made a motion. Okay. So we have one motion on the floor. This is a new round now.
But my question again, for point of clarification before we move forward. is if she didn't just speak up like that and unmute her mic and say, excuse me, I was going to make a motion. How did you know? How does one then, after they spoke twice, raise their hand if they wanted to do something different, like a motion or something? I'm just.
So a point of order, or point of, what is the term for that, Councillor Parker? Point of, it's not parliamentary process. I don't know, just excuse me, point of order is fine with me. So do you have something on this motion, Councillor Bordelon?
I think that, no, I was just going to simply say that, so that includes town employees as well in there for something internal to be created.
It does. Read it in the chat.
I did read it. I'm just clarifying. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking if that's gonna, so that's gonna, there's two separate things. So it's gonna internally, the town is gonna adopt a system, and then there's gonna be another system that's gonna be done for volunteers. This motion would take care of both of those.
It would, and I'll write the resolution that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's turn the page. Councillor Franco, did you wish to speak on this motion, or did you wish to amend this motion to fit what you were asking about earlier?
I'm making an amended motion. I'd like to make an amended motion, recommend the establishment of a recognition program for Town of Groton Board and Commission volunteers and staff, whereby official town citations from the town council are awarded at monthly town council meetings on a regular basis.
I'll second that.
Hold on one second, please. Okay, so we have a main motion, and we have a first amended motion moved by Franco and seconded by Heed, as noted in the chat. Did everyone hear, or do we need to have this read again? Is anybody requesting that it be read again? Okay. Discussion on this. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
I just think, as it's been stated, that we should do this on, I think, more routine basis at our monthly meetings and have it televised and recognize everybody. And I don't think an annual meeting would be quite the same if you retired in January and maybe we had a recognition with everybody in the town in November would be quite the same as thanking you as you're leaving, especially if you decide to move. So I think it would be more timely and just showing our appreciation. And also, just to, if we did have a, like, I guess, a party at the senior center, I think it would be an event where who would run it and who would be in charge of it. And it just seems like it would be more complicated. And that maybe is why things sort of die off, because it becomes more complicated than it needs to be. And this, I think, would be simplified, where the town clerk would make these citations and bring them to the town council meetings. So, thank you.
Councillor Heed.
Okay, so I seconded the motion, but my critique of the first motion was that it wasn't specific. It didn't say what the award would be. Therefore, it sort of wasn't specific enough. And I think if you have a citation from the town, that's good enough for me. But to do it on a monthly basis, I'm not sure how this would work, because if who are you recognizing now? Is it every volunteer every single month, or is it just people who are retiring? Maybe if annually isn't enough, then maybe it's biannual or quarterly. I'm not quite sure. I'm a little confused by this motion, to be honest. But I think it's good that it be more specific. So to have the town citation, that's something to go on. You know what I mean?
Councilor Baumgartner, did you have your hand up? You're muted, sir.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Everyone's in solidarity with Heed this evening.
On that same wavelength, Madam Mayor, I think we're all in solidarity on, I think on these programs. I think it's just a matter of semantics and wording. So I could make a motion or move, I'd move that, we kind of synthesize them so that we can, I know we have a pretty heavy agenda, but my gut tells me, and just from what it sounds, that I think we're all in agreement that, we should establish both programs.
All right, hold on 1 minute, please. And I'm going to go to Councilor Melendez, who made the original motion. Councilor Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I think both are great ideas. I would prefer slightly the original motion that was made, just because I think, like, as a volunteer, I think I would prefer, an annual event where everybody gets out and, mingles, talks, eats some food, and be recognized for that, rather than, getting recognized at a town council meeting when I'm leaving, that one time. That's just my personal preference. So, but I think both are great ideas, and either way we go, I think is great. Thanks.
Councilor Bordelon.
So maybe we find some middle ground, and definitely town staff employees, I think they should be done at the town council, because, like, as I think Councilor Franco stated, somebody could move away or really not travel back to Groton if they don't live here. So it makes sense to kind of handle that more proactively and in the preceding month or closest town council meeting to the retirement. It could go either way, I guess. Volunteers and staff, RTM members. I think the annual meeting could work for maybe something like that. I don't know, maybe a combination of both, or would that get too complicated? I'm open. I could go either way, but I do think for a town employee, I think it would be much more targeted to have them come to the council than to a big volunteer meeting. So.
Okay. I am making a second amendment, and I was trying to combine both things. So I recommend the establishment of a volunteer recognition program consisting of an annual event where proclamations are distributed to volunteers and where town employees are recognized at council meetings. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Granatowski, seconded by Aubry. And I'll take the opportunity just to say, I do think we all are in agreement that we need to do something. I'm just trying to find some way of blending the two things so that we can move on with our other items. So we have a main motion and two amendments on the floor. When we vote, we will be voting in reverse order. Councilor Aubry raised her hand. Councilor Aubry, you have the floor.
I was just going to suggest, I think we're complicating it a little bit more than we need to. Each person, like the town clerk or John, will let us know when somebody's going to retire. The RTM moderator will let us know when somebody's leaving the RTM. We certainly know what's happening with the council. I don't think we'll be giving each other any papers, but if we just put it out that we'd like notification, and then when the notification comes, we do the appropriate thing. Quite honestly, most of the time it will be the clerk that will do it. So it's not as complicated as what we're making it into. We just ask the committee chairs and et cetera, put out a thing saying that if somebody's leaving, somebody's retiring, whatever's might be happening, to let the appropriate person will be in touch with the town clerk, and we'll take it from there. we're not going to draw up the proclamation. We're not going to probably be ordering the plaques unless Conrad does that. But let's keep it simple, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Agreed. Counselor Franco.
I'd just like to note that an annual event with people that have stepped down from boards, commissions, and things of that nature, it's just like when you leave a job, usually they recognize you when you're leaving. They don't usually say, hey, we're going to wait 6 months and then we're going to recognize you. I mean, that's why I'm saying that it should be done on a monthly basis, just routinely and regularly. And they just come to the council and they're on TV and their families who maybe not live here can watch. And it's just not such, you know, an event. There's a reason in a sense that they did this before and it stopped. So I don't know what that reason is. And maybe one thing was we should find out, because maybe it was just didn't work. Maybe people didn't show up for that. I don't know. So maybe, who was in charge of it at the time? Was it the town clerk? Maybe the town clerk may have more insight as to what really happened there. So I don't know. I just think keep it simple, have them come to the town council. We do awards and recognitions. That's why it's on our agenda. And we recognize and give them awards, and it's televised, and that's it. I just think keep it simple. And I think this is, I don't know, creates more. But you know what? I'm willing to go with how the majority goes. So thank you.
Just to answer the question, it ended when the clerk changed. So when the old clerk retired, the program ceased to exist at that point. Counselor Zepari hasn't spoken on this yet. Counselor Zepari?
I'm going to burn in hell for this, but I agree with Counselor Franco.
I doubt.
I don't know what's going on tonight.
Someone should call point of order. No.
I'll second that.
Counselor Zepari, did you wish to speak any further, sir?
No, I think Counselor Franco said it well. We want to get it done. I think that if you do it at the time they retire or close to the time of the retirement, you're more likely to catch them, and it's, I think, more meaningful. So I think she's right with her amendment, and but however we do it, I'd like to see us move along.
Yes, I agreed. Counselor Parker hasn't spoken on this. Counselor Parker?
Thank you. I agree to the volunteer recognition. We do have it on already on our agenda. To the town employees, could we ask them if they want to be presented that way? Because some may not want to be recognized. They may not feel comfortable doing it that way. They may want it quietly. Because I know other places I've worked at, they want it nice and quiet. Thank you. We'll get together. Thank you. I'm leaving. Not everybody wants to be recognized on TV. So maybe we can ask permission from the employee before they leave if they want us to recognize them on TV. Just a thought before we say that we're going to recognize employees, because not everybody wants to be on TV. Just a thought. Thank you.
Counselor Heed still has his hand up. Counselor Heed, who will unmute.
Yes, thank you. So I guess I had a question about how the last, about how the first amendment was written, because I think I got a few lines confused. I understood that once a year, all volunteers were being recognized. But in my mind, we should only be recognizing the people who are finishing up. So in that respect, I'm totally in favor of Franco's amendment, where once a month we go ahead and recognize people as they're leaving, so that it's timely. And if you want to do something for annual recognitions, that's a different motion. I think that should be separate from this one.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, let's vote, okay? So we're going to start with the second amended motion, which is the motion to have an annual event where proclamations are distributed and where town employees are recognized separately at council meetings. And I'm going to need hands. If you could just keep your hands up, because I have a feeling we're going to split off on this. So all those in favor of the second amendment, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Melendez.
Granatowski. Opposed? Raise your hand, please. Keep your hand up till I call you. Zeperi, Franco, Aubry, Bordelon, Heed. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Madam Mayor, that was Baumgartner, yes.
Baumgartner was a yes. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Any abstentions? I missed Parker, thank you. Okay, so that motion fails. 3 in favor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed, 1 abstention. The opposed have it, so that would be Zeperi, Franco, Aubry, Bordelon, and Heed. So that motion fails. So we're back to the first amended motion now, which is the one that says recommend this. Wait a minute, am I on the right one? Yes. Recommend the establishment of a recognition program for Town of Groton Board and Commission volunteers and staff, whereby official town citations from the town council are awarded at monthly town council meetings on a regular basis. All those in favor, again, please raise your hand. And I have to find room to write this. Okay, so this is Zeperi, Aubry, Franco, Bordelon, Baumgartner, Heed, Parker.
What's flashing up?
Evan, Granatowski will go along. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Any opposed?
Melendez.
And abstentions. So that passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention. Zeperi, Aubry, Franco, Bordelon, Baumgartner, Heed, Parker, Granatowski. All right, so that's set. Great, thank you. All righty, we are on to 5E 2020-7883, Colonel Ledyard School Property Authorization for Sale and Referral to RTM. This begins on page 58 in your packet, please. And I believe we have a motion here. And I believe this was Councillor Heed for this motion. Councillor Heed, please.
All right, I'll make a motion to recommend a resolution to authorize the town manager to sign the option agreement after the February 2nd, 2021 public hearing. Authorize the town manager to execute all documents required for the closing of the property and authorize the sale of the property and the referral of the sale to the RTM. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Heed and seconded by Zeperi. Okay. So with us this evening, very patiently waiting for us to get through our other business, and we appreciate that very much, is Mr. Reiner, Mr. Bronk, and Ms. Jones, I believe. Is Ms. Jones here? Mr. Reiner, Mr. Bronk from the Planning Department, Mr. Belloc is here. And Mayor Hedrick is here on behalf of the city. So I will turn it over to Mr. Reiner, I assume. Mr. Byrd, are we going to Mr. Reiner for this to lead?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Reiner, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development Services. So with me tonight, Paige Bronk, as well as Bill Belloc, and I believe Eric Callahan is also on the call. So very quickly, I know we've all been on the meeting for a long time tonight, so I'll touch upon the major points and then leave it open for Paige for a moment and then for any questions. We've brought this property to the council in the past. We've been marketing this property for some time. We did our usual RFP process, selected a preferred developer, Mr. Belloc. As the background memo states, we'd actually had a public meeting. We've appeared before the council with a rendition of his proposed development, which is a two-phased development. This property, again, is located within the city. And what we're bringing to you tonight is how we move this forward. So this proposal actually has already been referred to the Planning and Zoning Commission, that 824 referral. The commission found the sale of the property is consistent with the Plan of Conservation and Development. And there is a public hearing scheduled for early February. In the past, we have moved the option agreement forward first and then done the public hearings later. The way that we're setting this up is so that there could be some feedback from the council on this option agreement. And if you wanted to move forward tonight, it wouldn't be formally adopted until after the public hearing. Attached with that referral is the option agreement, as has been worked on by the town manager, myself, our attorney, Paige Bronk, and the attorney and the preferred developer. Paige, I'm not sure if you want to give a brief overview of what the project two-phase approach is right now.
Sure. Simply put, there are two phases to the project. What is unique to this small development is that the existing former Colonel Ledyard School will be restored. It's an adaptive reuse project. That'll be phase one, with somewhere between 12 and 20 units within that first phase. The second phase would be new construction to the rear of the building. That has yet to be refined. Probably something in the order around 50 units or so. But again, that still requires additional work. The project with the two phases is certainly focused on providing workforce housing, electric boat within close proximity, walking distance actually, is a primary focus in trying to capture those workers to be residing there so that they could walk easily to work without the need to place any additional vehicles on the roadway and to minimize or virtually eliminate parking problems. I know that the developer is anxious to move forward with the project. Also, the developer, this scale of a project is definitely in his wheelhouse. He's accustomed to converting buildings of this size. They're not large. And he's eager to move forward.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Byrd, if you could just verify that I'm understanding this correctly. The council has already scheduled a public hearing that will take place on February 2nd. What we are doing tonight is authorizing you to sign an agreement only after the public hearing has taken place, correct?
That is correct. Not that it's contingent upon that, but it just by the way it's laid out, that's what would happen. We often do this, the public hearing later on after the purchase and sale agreement. But yes, you are correct.
Okay, very good. All right, counselors. Mr. Belloc is here. Thank you very much, sir. Did you wish to speak at this point, Mr. Belloc, or are you just available for questions, sir?
I'm just available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, counselors, does anyone have any questions for town staff at this point? Okay. Oh, okay. Councilor Bordelon.
I just had a question about the process. So we're doing this before and it's normally done after, which is what was stated?
Now, typically, we actually do the purchase and sale agreement first, and then at some point in the future, we do the public hearing, which is part of just generally selling the property, if I'm correct, John.
Yeah, that is correct. That's what we had done with the Sealy School. We had done that with the letter of intent with Groton Heights. And we're doing it this way now so that we would take this option agreement, authorizations, and referrals to the council now at the COW meeting. And then on that February 2nd meeting, one of the first items on the agenda will be the public hearing. And then after that public hearing on the agenda, we could have the authorization to move forward with these items as recommended. Also within the option agreement, similar to kind of our standard practice, similar to Sealy School, prior to the applicant making their final application to the Land Use Commission, in this instance, the Planning and Zoning Commission within the city, they would be coming back to the council to look at that kind of final design of the plan for development on the site for the council to review, make sure it's consistent with what we've discussed with the developer and the council would give it their final thumbs up or not so thumbs up on that instance.
All right, I just have I guess my thoughts are, it's like I'm agreeing to something and then the public hearing it. So I guess as a constituent, I'd feel like we already made our decision and now we're gonna have a public hearing, but this is already pushed through. So it kind of.
Again, to remind everyone that the public hearing is strictly on should we generally sell the property. It has nothing to do with a particular developer. We've gone through a process. Do you actually want to sell the property or do you want to keep it?
So this is not going to mess up any of the process at all?
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, it's probably more in line with what you're saying in better process.
Right. I just want to make sure we're doing the most transparent process possible.
Yes, and that's the intent of why we're taking it this way.
The council can also choose not to take action on that resolution and hold it off.
Right, and that's why I'm asking. And the attorneys are okay with this. I just want to make sure whatever we're doing the most transparent process. That's all. That's my only concern.
And we do have Eric Callahan, who's been involved with this, our attorney. Eric, do you see any issue with the process?
I do not see any issue with it.
Okay, thank you.
And we are at Councillor Baumgartner, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to John and Paige for joining us tonight, and wishing you both a happy new year. Just reading through the agenda packet, and obviously, on this item, I do have a question with respect to the phases. I understand that in the first phase that the developer will be it is an adaptive reuse project, and the developer will be focused on, essentially gutting and then completely overhauling that building to provide sort of workforce housing within the city, which I think is great. I think that's kind of the wave of the future. We certainly want to construct and build walkable environments. But my question is with respect to phase two. In phase two, just based on some of the conceptual designs, I see that there would be construction or new buildings in the rear where there is currently a field, and just behind that, a wooded area. Obviously the city of Groton is a highly dense community, and any efforts we can take to preserve existing tree canopy must be taken. So my question is, with the phase two construction, will there be a reduction in tree canopy?
Okay. First, I'm just trying to figure out if this is the appropriate setting for this question. Could Mr. Callahan or Mr. Burt please clarify if this motion is just simply to say, yes, we're going to sell the property, or if we are looking at actual plans that have been put forth?
We're also doing the option to purchase agreement. So,
I'm sorry, you're both talking at the same time.
Go ahead, Eric.
Tonight, we're just approving the option to purchase agreement. We're not approving any plan tonight.
Right.
Okay, so then it's just, we're looking at just the sale of the property then?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Does that help, Councilor Baumgartner?
But to clarify, we're voting to recommend the sale of that property. And I think part of that recommendation is looking to what will happen on that property. So I can't vote to recommend a sale when I don't have clarity as to what will be constructed. And I think as residents should be afforded that opportunity to know what those plans look like before the council is put in the position to dispose of town property, and certainly town property within the city that is, obviously forested land, which is few and far between.
So the agreement does talk about what the developer intends to develop at the property. And section 3B of the agreement requires the town through its committee of the whole or town council to approve of the conceptual plan in the future. So you will have the opportunity to review the conceptual plan and approve it in the future.
But again, to clarify, the wooded area behind the school building would be a part of that sale, correct?
Yes, this is John. The entirety of the parcel is what we're talking about for sale. And I think Paige could actually weigh in a little bit with a little more detail on the phases and the proposed project.
I'll be brief as well. It is the entire parcel, and it does go back fairly deeply. But there is a water body. There's going to be some buffering as a result of the wetlands. All of that will be the purview of the city's review. And I know that the developer wanted to provide the two phases with an open understanding, but there really has not been any refinement. And the range that's provided in the option regarding the second phase is done that intentionally. I think the developer is wide open to discussions as to what is appropriate to the rear of the property, and is basically awaiting the coordination with the city and trying to find out what is going to be most appropriate. Actually, there was discussion through the review process prior to recommending the developer as the preferred developer that they wanted to see more density. They wanted to see something to the rear. Exactly how much was yet to be determined because we were somewhat deferring to the city and moving forward into that phase.
So at this point, because Mayor Hedrick is with us from the city, I would ask if you would like to weigh in as far as speaking to the city issues, since the property is located within the boundaries of the city.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Town Council. The city is fully supportive of this project. There are wetlands back there, so I don't think you have to worry about the trees, because we have zoning requirements on how far you can be within the wetlands and buffering and things like that. That's not going to be an issue. We will follow our zoning requirements. We'll follow our building requirements. So once it is turned over to our jurisdiction, the rules of the city will then apply. In addition to that, there was discussion of alongside the buildings to connect a trail, a walking trail, to the municipal parking lot, which gets you right over to the Washington Park. And that would make amenities for Parks and Recreation available for that. But this is a good project for the city. The timing is good with other projects that we're doing to support the expansion of electric boat. And we're ready. We're standing by. We're ready. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Before I go to second-time speakers, are there any other counselors who wish to speak on this? And then we'll go back to Councilor Bordelon. Councilor Aubry, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. we did have a meeting down there where many of the homeowners came and talked with us about it. And their biggest concern, of course, is the traffic on the street, which I think they're going to find there'll be more bikes and there will be cars. But the land behind the building is open. There's no trees in the area that they're planning on expanding it to. And Keith Hedrick, the mayor, is reiterating that by the fact that you have a little stream down there, so you have to take very good care of that. But I think what we're allowing is Bill Belloc to go forward with his due diligence, knowing that we have a tentative agreement that this is going to go forward. He's got to have some assurance for him to continue to put monies into this project, is how I would be thinking about it. So I think it would be good to expedite moving forward. It's going to be very good for the city. And I'm sure, Andre, you're on planning and zoning, so it's going to be coming to you in the city. So I expect that you can be protecting the area that you're concerned about at that time. But I think this is good. We need to move forward on it. We have an excellent developer. He's got a plan. He cares about the neighborhood. And I think this can work very, very well. So I would ask that we move forward on it.
Thank you. Any other councilors who haven't spoken yet wish to speak? If not, I will go to second time. Councilor Bordelon, you have the floor.
Thank you. So this agreement tonight basically is just as it was stated, the sale option. And then from here, what if we at any point, what if the agreements aren't made on the planning part? What happens then?
So as part of their due diligence, this is John Reiner speaking, the property owner would hold the option on the property, move forward through their due diligence, through the permitting. And if it doesn't get permitted, then they would come back to us and either talk about a different plan or different solution, or could potentially walk away.
And then the property then remains in the town's jurisdiction?
Correct. So the town owns the property. The property is located within the city. This option, similar to all the agreements we do, it's always subject to them getting their, permitting approval from planning and zoning, inland wetlands in this particular instance, being able to get a building permit, being able to design a project that fits on the property.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Franco.
Thank you. I have watched this property since, we put it out there for bids, and I plan on voting against it just simply because I don't think this is the right project for this property. I respect other councilors. They think this is the best solution for this property. It also concerns me that there is a phase 1 and a phase 2. And then if we build a phase 1, it's between, I believe you said 12 and 20 units. And there's no actual guarantee that there would be a phase 2. And then to, lift the property off of our, out of our hands for, I believe it's $1. I just don't feel like this is the right return for this property. But I think what the developer is trying to do is honorable, but I just don't agree it's the right place for it. And so I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Any other councilors wish to speak? Councilor Aubry has her hand up for the second time. I would like to speak on this item right now, please. I will be supporting this item this evening. We've heard from the city mayor and we've heard from the developer. I attended the meeting that the developer held at the property where he presented his conceptual plans. Again, he's very much in tune with trying to hear the concerns of the neighbors and address those concerns. We've had assurances from the mayor that we'll go through the proper process as far as environmental things. It is located within a very short walking distance of EB. And this, to me, is a very good project because we've been trying to do more walkable things and reducing the use of automobiles. And this is a perfect development for that. It's in a little neighborhood. It's walkable to the employers. It's walkable to shops and banks and restaurants. And I am very supportive of this, and I will be voting in favor. Councillor Heed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll also be supporting this. Obviously, Councillor Aubry and I interviewed the various developers that were interested in this property as part of the process before we selected the current purchaser. Now, he needs to have the confidence and the ability to go forward with due diligence at this point, and that's what's important. That's why it's important to go ahead and approve this tonight. One of the things that he needs to do before, for example, he can get to a phase 2 or move beyond the initial phase 1 is you need to know if there's ledge in that field behind the building. So that's the issue as to whether or not he can build out the second unit or the third unit. It's not a matter of he doesn't have the ability or doesn't have the intention to. Is he actually going to be able to do it at all? So he's taking a risk buying this property. May not have the same reward that we have in our minds. And, one of the alternative situations that we could have is we don't have to sell the property. We could spend taxpayer money to bulldoze the building or remediate as is, or we can put the project onto a track where it gets back on the tax rolls. It provides the kind of housing that we need in Groton City for the EB workers, the Pfizer workers, and like I said, I'm fully in support of this. Thank you.
Councillor Aubry.
Well, I don't know what Councilor Franco has in mind for the property, but it's kind of late to say. I think it should be something else. But I'm just saying the same thing that Conrad said, really. We had an opportunity to talk to this developer. We had an opportunity to talk to some other people that were interested in it. And this absolutely seemed like the best use. We do need housing that's walkable. And you have to understand with a developer, he's going to do that first building over, but the second and the third, they need to do that in order to make their numbers work. I doubt that this would be a feasible project with just redoing the front one. You're not going to have that kind of a return. If you build a second and a third where it's allowable, then your numbers as an investor will work. But you got to make it so that it got some reason for an investor to do it. And I think this is a great use for it. I think this is a good developer.
These two.
I'm sorry.
Not those two. Okay, go ahead.
So I would ask you to think about the fact that this is a good way to go, and we're just taking a step that allows this man to do what he needs to do to go forward. And I don't know what else he would have in mind to go there, but you got a building that's been there for a long time, empty, and needs to move forward and get back onto the tax rolls and grow, which is good. So I hope I can maybe change your mind a little bit.
Any councillors who have not spoken yet wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will vote on 2020-788 Colonel Ledger School Property Authorization for Sale and refer to RTM. And if you could please raise your hands, please. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aubrey, Heed, Zapari, Melendez, Parker, Granatowski. Opposed, please raise your hand. Baumgardner, Franco, Bordelon, and 0 abstentions. So that motion passes 6 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions. The in favor were Aubrey, Heed, Zapari, Melendez, Parker, and Granatowski. All right, that motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Belloc, Mayor Hedrick, and staff that joined us and stayed with us this evening until we could get to this item. We appreciate your patience and your time, and good luck with your project, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Town.
Good night. All right, we're at 10:16. And what that means is before we take any other items, we need consensus from the council to continue. We have one more item on the agenda this evening, and that is 2020-6082 Fort Rachel Potential Road right-of-way on page 108. So I'm looking for consensus of the council to take up this item, or there are hands, but we can't do anything until we get consensus to move on. Okay. So is there consensus to move on with this?
Yes.
Can you raise your hand, please, if you wish to move on with this? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's a majority. Did we lose anybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we still have everybody.
You're losing me. I gotta go.
Oh, you're leaving now?
I'm leaving now.
Thank you. Let me make a note of that, please. So it is 10:17. Thank you, Councilor Aubrey.
Wait, I have a clarification question.
1 minute, please. So 10:17, Councilor Aubrey is leaving. So we will be at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 councilors. Okay, very good.
Good night, Leanne.
Good night.
Thank you, Leanne. Or thank you, Councilor Aubrey. I apologize for calling you by your first name. Councilor Bordelon, do you have something, because we need to move on to the next item?
I'm aware of that. I heard you say that. Thank you. My problem is I'm in agreement with moving on, but my problem is it's the last agenda item, and it's a pretty good issue, but I feel like I don't want to move on with it if it's going to be rushed, if it should be bumped to another calendar. So if we're going to talk about it and give it the same attention as we did awards and ceremonies and everything else, I want to continue forward. But if it's not, and we're going to be told we need to hurry up, it's getting late, I really don't want to start it, because then it just becomes this kind of tension. So I would prefer to defer it where it can get its proper due diligence and maybe move it to the top of the agenda.
Would you like me to ask again if there's consensus now that Councilor Bordelon has spoken and addressed her concerns? Does the council still wish to move ahead with this, given Councilor Bordelon's concerns? Can I get hands again, please, if you still want to go ahead with this tonight? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, okay. The screen is moving. Parker, Melendez, Heed, Baumgardner, Franco, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's a majority that do want to move ahead with it tonight. Okay, so I need, okay, there's no motion in advance. So.
Madam Mayor.
1 second. So where we are right now is that when we had this last discussion, we had asked the manager to take some actions. And in the meantime, I believe, Mr. Burt, you did do some of the things that the council had requested. And I believe you relayed that information via email, correct, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. So is there anything else that either Attorney Callahan or you wanted to report this evening before I open it up for council?
No, I don't.
Okay, very good. Councilor Baumgardner.
Yes, I would like to put a motion on the floor, but I wasn't sure if that was appropriate until after the presentation.
I don't believe there is going to be a presentation, Mr. Burt.
No, the only new information, first of all, that newspaper article in the package covers it pretty well. The only thing the council directed me to do is to meet with me and the rest of the staff to meet with the marina owner, which is basically summarized in that newspaper article. He was not open to any kind of agreement allowing further access beyond the pavilion area.
All right, so with that, I would like to put a motion on the floor.
If you would, sir, please type it up for us so that we have that motion available. You're welcome to, oh, is it there already? 10:21, is that now? Yes, it is. Go ahead, Councilor Baumgartner. Thank you.
All right, the motion goes as follows. The town of Groton shall replace the state of Connecticut coastal access signage going through the Fort Rachel Marina from Water Street, the existing road with vehicular traffic, to the railroad tracks, first sign, which continues to the end of the inlet, second sign at the Mystic River. The town of Groton shall seek a prescriptive easement at Fort Rachel Marina to allow safe passage to and fro the state of Connecticut coastal access site at Fort Rachel Marina as originally intended in the Mystic Coastal Access Area Plan in 1990 and 1991. Pending the acquisition of the prescriptive easement at the Fort Rachel Marina, the town shall delineate the designated coastal access areas from the marina's boat storage areas. So moved.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Baumgartner and seconded by Bordelon. All right, so let's give all the council a chance to read over the motion. Can everyone see it in the chat? I want to read it because I was tracking things here. So let's give it a second. Let's give the attorney a chance to read it as well. Councilor Baumgartner, did you wish to speak to this? I can give you the floor while I'm reading if you'd like.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. As many of our listeners and residents know, we have been discussing Mystic coastal access along the Mystic River for years now, since I was appointed to the council. And a resident, certainly, Dick Fitzgerald, I know, has been an outspoken person in our community on this and preserving coastal access. And I think considering the fact that we have deliberated on this time and time again, we've asked questions, we've kind of gone back and forth. And again, I appreciate the work of Attorney Callahan. As he's mentioned, he's had to dig deep and researched issues going all the way back to the Civil War, researching existing easements, and diving deep into the archives. And so we're certainly appreciative of that research. However, I do think, we have reached a point where we need to identify solutions. We need to create an action plan. And we have heard over the last few months from residents, including our former town clerk and former town councilors that have stated that the town needs to do everything in our power and enhance coastal access along the Mystic River. And so, this will kind of set into motion the town's discussions with the marina owners to identify areas that should have public access currently that do not, and identify areas that the public will be able to utilize to get all the way to the railroad tracks, which would provide unfettered access along that entire corridor along the Mystic River. So, I think we can, there's no reason why, our marina owners, they're certainly not arguing for any land grabbings. That's far from it. Again, prescriptive easement.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. They would continue to own the property. This would just ensure that, along a portion of their property going all the way to the railroad tracks and the inlet, the public will have coastal access and be able to, enjoy the beautiful and serene environment there. So I know it's late, so you have the motion, and happy to answer any questions, and hope we can find some consensus on this issue. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Baumgartner. I want to go to Mr. Burt. Do you have comment on this, sir, as far as placement of those signs?
Yes. As of right now, we have no legal rights to place the signs. The council cannot direct me to do something I don't believe we have a legal right to do, and I absolutely cannot direct the staff to put those signs up. And Eric, if you have a differing opinion on our legality on that, please let me know.
Can you please clarify, Mr. Burt, the signs that cannot be placed because we don't have a clear legal right at this point are which ones? There's quite a bit in this motion. So are you speaking of the signs going through the marina to the railroad tracks?
Correct.
Okay. So I will yield to Attorney Callahan if he wished to speak to this. If you could offer clarity.
I agree. Yeah, I would agree with Town Manager Burt that the only thing the town can signify legally right now is what's memorialized in the easement for coastal access, which was recorded in 1992. And I believe there's already a sign that indicates that right at the property.
Okay. Did staff want to speak anymore? If not, we've got 3 counselors who want to talk. Okay, I'm going to go to, we have, I think this was the order it was in. I apologize if it wasn't. So Perry, Heed, and Franco.
I'd like to, can you hear me? Yeah. I'd like to speak against this motion. First of all, a prescriptive easement is an easement that's based on continued use of a piece of property and to go on continuing using it. We have not had continued use of that property all the way to the railroad tracks. We have had use of that property to the gazebo that's down there. We've talked about this at length many, many times. The only claim of thus far, the only claim of right to an easement has been supposedly the existence of a road. And Attorney Callahan has done extremely exhaustive research on trying to establish whether or not there was a town road there, and cannot establish that. Therefore, we do not have a road that creates the easement. The second part of my objection to this is it allows people access through a private area where very valuable property is stored. And that will introduce access for people with other goals than just looking at the scenery across the river. It will introduce people who have goals of stealing things from those boats. And it will create a security issue for the boatyard and for the owners of those boats. And the third issue is there's nothing extraordinarily beautiful about getting to the railroad tracks. They're about as ugly as you can get. And I'm not sure why we want to get people to the railroad tracks. As far as a view of the river is concerned, the best point to view the river is from the point of the gazebo, which we already have access to. So I think that we've been beating this bush for a long, long time, or we've been beating a dead horse. I think we've got to let this thing go and accept the end of the easement to be the gazebo.
1 minute remaining.
I'm through. I've had enough.
Thank you, Councillor Zepari. Councillor Heed and then Franco.
Thank you. So to John Burt or the lawyer, if this motion is maybe premature because we don't have the legal ability to carry it out, then if we wanted to pursue going forward with, challenging, what would next steps be? What would the next options be if we want to go forward and challenge things and we want to get that access?
Well, it would be focused on that potential highway right away, but I'll let Eric go beyond that.
Yeah, we would have to bring a lawsuit for declaratory judgment or quiet title or something of that nature. And the prescriptive easement, you would have to establish in a lawsuit that you've been using this easement uninterruptedly and adversely to the property owner for a period of 15 years at least. So we would have to include that if we wanted to pursue that easement as part of the lawsuit. You don't have to include a prescriptive easement claim as part of the lawsuit. You could just bring a lawsuit to declare whether or not there's a town road in existence there, but it would have to be resolved by the court.
All right, and then a second follow-on question. An RTM member gave me a map that I passed on to John Bird. I assume you've seen that. Does that give you any hope that there is such a road?
No, I did see a copy of that after you sent it, and I found similar maps in my research, and that's why it is inconclusive to me. You know, back in the 1800s, the selectmen sought to lay out a highway. There are some maps that show a road going to the tracks, but there's also conflicting information where there's references to private rights of way dating very far back in the chain of title, and the fact that we haven't been using a road there for many decades, if ever. And so because of all the conflicting information, that's why I believe a court would have to weigh in and adjudicate what rights the town has, if any.
Do you have further comment, Councillor Heed?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Franco.
You're muted, Rachel.
My God. So we had received a letter from Attorney Callahan, and basically he said it's is their advice that the town not signify that the property is accessible to the public for coastal access purposes listed above and beyond that is permitted by the deed and easement referenced above. And he basically had stated in some of these other documents that what we would need basically is for the courts to possibly decide this. And even if they did, there may still not be any court resolution. Any court resolution may not necessarily increase the coastal access rights above and beyond those already afforded within the easement. So as a council, I think we should make a decision basically whether we want to go forward with the court, with potentially having, bringing this with our attorneys to the courts and having them make a decision on it. Or as we've heard before, is to just basically wait and see if more information may surface later on. Things that haven't been found yet. So as though there seems to be some disagreement as to the motion on the floor, I'd like to make an amended motion. And it's a little bit more general and vague. But this will put us as a council on the record of how we want to go forward, or if we would like to go forward with an attorney with the courts. So I'm just putting an amended motion. The town of Groton would like to move forward with coastal access via the town attorney in the Fort Rachel area as per the coastal access plan of the 1990 and 1991, including court resolution if necessary. In this way.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that, Baumgartner.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Franco, seconded by Baumgartner. And if you would please, councilors, note Councilor Franco has typed that into the chat for you there. If you need to read it, take a look at that now. I'm going to yield back to Councilor Franco to speak to her amendment.
Thank you. So as a council, we can say this is the direction we want to go. I don't see, and I haven't heard through all the discussions that we've had, another resolution unless we decide to completely say we were abandoning this. Which I don't think there's a necessary for that at the moment. If anything, we would leave it open and wait for further information to come forward if we choose not to go the court direction. So I'm leaving it in the hands of the council as to, because I personally don't know how to do Attorney Callahan's job or what is exactly necessary. So that's why I'm leaving it a little vague. So when he talks about all the legalities of how to go forward, he should be, I think, telling us the exact way he would choose to move forward, and then possibly an executive session. And then we would confirm and say, yes, we would agree to that. But as a council, we would be on the record now saying we're sort of going in a certain direction. Thank you.
Okay, here's where we are. We have a main motion on the floor. And as I understand it, there are problems with the main motion because we can't direct the manager to do something that's illegal at this point. We have a second motion, an amended motion on the floor that is asking us to proceed along a different line. We have two counselors who wish to speak. One has already spoken on the main motion, so we're going to go to Counselor Bordelon next, and then to, I think that's correct, and then to Counselor Zepari. So Counselor Bordelon, you have the floor.
Thank you. I remember at the meeting, the direction to the staff, which John had stated, was to do what he actually sent to us. I know that I had made other requests, but I did not have the full consensus of the council to move in that direction. I still think more research should be done in looking into things. So I just threw in another motion into the chat. I think that we move to have the attorney file for, basically to look on the judgment on behalf of us and determine if the property boundaries and possible resources, deeds, land records, which I had asked at the other meeting. Basically, you have a bunch of things down there and there's possibility of a road. The map that Conrad Heed had presented, I know Gary Wells had, and he has other drawings at his house. I think it's important to establish, did a road still exist there? And one of the ways in which one can do that would be to look, I mean, if you live on a piece of property that you bought or was established or built however many years ago, and it was, let's say, 2 acres or 1 acre, like, for example, the property at the end of that road that has the easement is, I think, about 2 acres. It's one of the bigger lots down there. And you actually look around and see what the original size of the purchase of that land and how it's grown over time. It could constitute a possibility that.
Excuse me. Councillor Bordelon, can you read your amendment into the record, please?
Yes. I apologize. I had my eyes dilated today after work, and I'm still having a little bit of side effects. So my eyesight is not the greatest, so I typed it, and the text doesn't allow me to make it bigger. I'm having a little bit of trouble reading it. Can anybody read it for me?
I'd be happy to read it.
Thank you.
I move to have the attorney file for a declarative judgment on behalf of the town in the matter to determine the property boundaries using all possible resources, deeds, land records, and any other such materials to resolve the situation. I so move for a second.
And that was moved by Bordelon. What Councillor Baumgartner just read was moved by Councillor Bordelon, with Councillor Baumgartner seconding, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. And
okay,
I just think
so now, Councillor Bordelon, you have 1:45 remaining.
Yeah, basically just going back to what I had said that original night, and I didn't have the full support of the council. We only had the agreement came, the consensus of the council was to only speak to the landowner, and then we have our results. I think there more due diligence can be done. It's no disrespect to the attorneys or any of the work that has been done, but I think it really would look, if I wanted to look at land in a neighborhood and how it's evolved over time, even just look at in Groton how we've sold off pieces of the Noank property, Noank Gardens, former Noank School, right? But when you look at the original piece of land, then you can kind of construct how it's got to where it is. And even since then, some parcels have gone. I think we're not done doing our due diligence and research. I think there's more that could be done before we get to a legal action.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. A legal action or anything else. And so I'm asking for the support of the council, as I tried to get before and I was not able to get, which is fine. I'm trying to say that we have more research that we can do. We can still break apart all those different lands. That's all public record on what the original land records state on each individual property that border that area where the road supposedly possibly was. A road is just not going to disappear and absolve into land. It had to sell off at some point if there was truly, in fact, a road there. I can't imagine that a house built at the very end, which is $1 million home or more, is only going to want an easement through a chaotic, like not really processed shipyard that's meant for a working person to walk through, not a family in their minivan to drive down with their children. So, and this shipyard came,
Councillor Bordelon.
Thank you. I'll close my remark. The shipyard came after the home at the end of that land. So I'm asking that we try to figure out a way to do more research. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like, for the benefit of the whole council and for the public listening, for Attorney Callahan to translate what this means in very clear language. If the attorney is filing for a declarative judgment on behalf of the town, does that mean we are suing the property owner?
That's correct. We would bring a lawsuit. The property owner would be a defendant, and we would seek to adjudicate, for the court to adjudicate what public coastal access rights and/or public roads exist at the Fort Rachel Marine property.
Thank you for clarifying that. All right, we have Councilor Zepari. This will be your second time speaking. Well, actually, this will be.
Madam Mayor, when I was typing, can I take that piece out?
No, it's on the floor already. I'm sorry. Well, unless you withdraw the motion, let me speak, please. If you withdraw the whole motion and Councilor Baumgartner withdraws his second, you can do again.
All right.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah, because I was just typing, that was part of my original thought if we were going to take action, and I was trying to, and once again, my eyesight's not good tonight and I'm cutting and pasting, but basically if you take that part out, I'm basically just.
Are you withdrawing your motion, Councilor Bordelon?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Councilor Baumgartner, are you withdrawing the second?
Yes, I'll withdraw my second.
Okay. Councilor Bordelon, are you going to make a new amendment?
Yes, I would like to make a new amendment.
Do you want us to wait?
It's going to take me a few minutes to type it if you want to go to someone else for discussion. So
Okay, I'm not sure though if they wanted to speak. Let me just check in. Councilor Zepari and Franco both had their hands up. Were you speaking to the amendment, Councilor Zepari?
Yes, I was. And by
Okay,
the way,
so
that
I'll
would have
let
been
you-
my first time speaking.
All right, we'll let you hold off on that. Councilor Franco, were you speaking to the amendment as well?
Yes, I was.
All right, so let's hold off until we get an amendment. That way you don't waste your turn.
Okay. I'm basically just going to amend it to basically state that I move to have the attorney in the town continue research on behalf of the town in the matter to determine the property's boundaries using all possible resources, deeds, land records, and any other such material to resolve the situation. That would be.
I need you to type it in, please.
All right,
Because
so
we need to have record of it for Ms. Hilton.
All right, thank you. I'll type it in. Let me see if I can cut it out of my other document. One moment. Okay. I edited it.
All right, Councilor Baumgartner, do you want to read it again, please?
Yes. Councilor Bordelon moves to have the attorney continue research on behalf of the town in the matter to determine the property boundaries using all possible resources, deed, land records, and any other such material to resolve the situation.
And that was moved by Bordelon. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Franco. Councilor Bordelon, you already explained what you're doing, but if you'd like to speak to it again, you're welcome to have the floor first.
Sorry about that. That was something else I had typed before if we went another direction, but what I just basically saying, I think we could do more research and really just kind of look at all the different lands surrounding it, what the original land when it was originally built, the size, what it's evolved into, and how in which everything kind of became to be. So I think that could take some time and it doesn't cause a legal action. I think it's something we can do. Thank you.
Okay, so we will go back to Councilor Zepari and Franco both had their hands up and Councilor Baumgartner has added his. So Councilor Zepari, you're up first, sir, speaking to the second amendment, which was just made by Councilor Bordelon.
The only reasonable basis for a claim of an easement on that property would be the pre-existence of a public road. And Councilor Callahan has already, Attorney Callahan, has already exhaustively explored this possibility. I don't think there's more to be gained. And as far as the other properties and how they've changed hands and going through a deed search on all the other properties, I don't think there's a basis for an easement on those other properties. It has to be on the whole property that we want an easement across. And that we've already exhausted that. I think we've beat this to death. We've also have to bear in mind that although this is a free country, nothing is free, including access to the courts. And it would be expensive to begin another litigation process, and it probably would not wind up in our favor. I think that we should, and as I said before, this is a long climb for a short slide because the scenic value of continuing that easement through the marina is not that great. It's pretty small. The railroad tracks aren't pretty, and you can see the river to the bridge from the gazebo. If we had an easement, the people walking down through the marina would have to be looking around and over the boats that are both in the boatyard and at the docks. I don't think there's anything to be gained here. And I think we should let it go and not spend more of the town's money on the exploration of this and just let it be as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are on, let's see, how can I say this? We have this new amendment on the floor, so we are starting from scratch again with speaking turns. So we are at Franco, Baumgartner, and then Melendez.
So as I'm reading this motion, this is basically the other option I was discussing, where it's we wait and see if any other documents or something else pops up that, in Attorney Callahan's exhaustive search has not been able to find. I don't think there's anything wrong with this option, to the sense of you never know if something does surface at some point. But that's what the council has to decide. Do we want to wait and see if something surfaces, or would we like to go forward with a court action? Basically, that's it, I think. Or we could make a resolution to basically say we're not going forward with and we're stopping this, and we're not going to pursue coastal access on that area. Attorney Callahan, when it states using all possible resources, deeds, land records, and any such material to resolve the situation, do you believe you have exhausted those possibilities of finding any information that's available at the ready at the town hall at this moment?
I do.
Thank you. But is there another possible way that you think, or even Mr. Burke, do you think there's a possible way that other records at some point could just surface? Is it something that has historically happened maybe, and you could speak to
it's definitely, it's not out of the realm of possibility. And if anything was going to surface, it'd be something like, you pull a box out and something was filed in the wrong box, because we have tons of boxes all over our facilities.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Okay, I have Wild Kingdom going here. The coyotes are nuts out here. Councilor Baumgartner, I'm going to mute real quick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor, I understand Councilor Bordelon's original motion included the language on the declarative judgment. I understand, we've heard the word sue and court, but litigation can also be amicable, right? And it can be beneficial to both sides. So I think, it largely comes down to how our town approaches this issue. I think we approach it from the standpoint of preserving and enhancing coastal access for our residents and to visitors in Mystic. And so, again, I don't want people to be fearful of the fact that in the case we were to go, to seek a declarative judgment, which was the original motion, and that is not included in this, which is why I respectfully cannot support this motion because as you mentioned, we've already exhausted research and we've come to the point we need to make decisions. And so I would hope that our council supports a motion that takes us to the course of down the course of clarifying within the courts as to what extent people can access the coastline, all the way to the railroad tracks and to the inlet. So again, I think our attorney has exhausted that research, and perhaps that some of our findings are in a box somewhere, and ideally, we digitize those records, in due time and start, purging those box anyway. But nonetheless, I'm appreciative of Attorney Callahan's research. I know you've spent a lot of time on this, but again, we've been talking about this since before 2018, at a time when we were focused on other priorities.
1 minute, sir.
We are now almost approaching the 3-year mark on talking about this issue, and I think it's just time we start offering solutions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have Councilor Melendez and then Parker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say, I'm not an attorney, so I just have to put all my trust in the town attorney who has, who represents us. So if we asked him, do we have a case here at Coastal Access? And it is his opinion that we do not. So I feel like I have no choice but just to accept the opinion of our town attorney. We don't have a case in this matter. And if we want increased coastal access along the river, we should probably best spend our time in other areas, because we have exhaustively checked this one spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Melendez. Councilor Parker.
I agree with Councilor Melendez. I was going to say the same thing. Attorney Callahan has exhausted every bit, as going back as far as 1854. And most land records are, I understand, may not be notated, but I believe they have to have some type of notation in the land records to say something changed. 2, I do not agree with trying to go to court or do any type of judgment on a business, on anyone, because we will be spending taxpayer dollars. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm going to take my turn, and then we'll go to Councilor Franco for her second. Let me start my timer. I concur with Councilors Perry, Melendez, and Parker. I guess I'll be very brief. That's all I needed to say. Councilor Franco.
I don't actually recall Attorney Callahan saying we don't have a case. Attorney Callahan, do we not have a case?
What I said was you have coastal access to a certain point, and if we wanted to try to indirectly find coastal access through this possible public road, we would need to adjudicate it through the court. I didn't say you don't have a case. There's arguments for and against it, and it would have to be resolved by the court.
Thank you, because that's what what I've heard along the lines of you're rolling the dice by going to court, and a judge could rule in our favor, and they may not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
the other thing I would add, however, is if the court ruled in our favor, it may result in a road that the town now has to maintain, but where the court finds that road to be located may not improve your coastal access.
Okay. So when you say the road may not improve coastal access, but it's a road that people would be able to walk down, is that correct?
Right, but say the court finds that there's a road leading to the tracks. My understanding is the tracks are up on kind of like a mound or a hill, and where the court locates the road, if it found a road, it may not improve your sight line to the coast.
Okay, so I just wanted to make it extremely clear that nobody had said we do not have a case, because when you say that something like that in a public meeting, I think that holds a lot of weight, and I want to clarify that people at home understand that that's not what was said. So here, I mean, like I've said, here's our options. We take the current motion on the floor, is sit and wait and see if something surfaces, or we go the other route and maybe take a chance with the courts and see if they rule in our favor. And I will say that I have read numerous comments from people in our community that are looking to have that coastal access there. And I would be willing to go to the courts and ask them to settle this, and it would be settled once and for all. And then our citizens would have to understand that this was a judge that made this decision, and it wasn't just a council taking away something that they feel like they're losing. Because residents in our town think that this should be coastal access, and they can recall and remember being there and walking there, and they have come out very publicly stating that they do not want us to lose this. So I'm willing to go with my motion, but I understand if other people don't, but that I am willing to go and seek the attorney and his way forward to getting a resolution on this one way or another. Thank you.
So for clarification purposes, there's been no motion prepared in advance. We have a main motion and 2 amendments. We do not have to vote in the affirmative on any of these motions. There's nothing saying that we have to take any action at this point. So just so everyone's sure, it's not that we only have these 3 alternatives. We don't have to do any of these 3 things. Okay, so just so we're clear on that. And I see Councillor Heed.
Yeah, just a point of order. If we take a vote tonight and it's a 4-4 split, which means that the motion fails. What do the current rules say about whether or not you can bring something back in a certain period of time?
Our rules chair is not here, but we do have the 2 other members of the rules committee, Councillor Parker and Councillor Baumgartner. So let's take a quick second and double check that. If this fails because it goes down to a 4-4 vote, reconsideration, this looks like it's section F of 8F maybe. Nope, that's reconsideration. That's not it. Well, actually, no, that's not that. Okay. It's G, 8G. Once a matter is, tell me if I'm wrong, Councillor Parker and Councillor Baumgartner, because you're more from you know the rules inside out. Once a matter has been rejected or decided, substantially the same matter may not be the subject of referral for 12 months or unless the council recommends the referral with 6 votes in favor. Am I reading the correct portion, Councilors Parker and Baumgartner?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, so Councilor Heed, then, if this fails tonight in a 4-4 tie, if all these motions fail tonight in a 4-4 tie, in order to bring this back again, the referral would need 6 votes rather than just the normal 3.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, now let me get back to where we were. Okay, so Councilor Heed is set. And Councilor Baumgartner, I think will this be your second time on this one or your first? I don't recall, sir. You have a
It may be my 3rd time, but as they say, use it or
I
lose.
appreciate the honesty.
No, and I just like to align my remarks, with Councilor Franco's. I think that was very well articulated, but as they say, use it or lose it.
And I'm not seeing any other hands, so we will go to Councilor Heath for a second time on this.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Yeah, so my point is it looks like we have a 4-4 split right now. So I just want to caution everybody, do we want to proceed? I mean, that was the point, because I know how I'm going to vote. And so I just want to make sure that if we proceed, the only way to bring this back is we'd have to have 6 votes again. So, I mean, I just think we should be cautious before we move forward on this. That's all.
So if there are no other hands, then we will start. Okay, I see Councilor Bordelon hands. Let me just circle to what Councilor Heed was saying. If all of the motions deadlock, then we're going to need 6 votes to come back again with this. Okay, so the only other option, I think you understand what the only other option would be if you're concerned that this is going to deadlock and you're not going to get 6 votes. Okay, Councilor Bordelon has her hand up.
So it only deadlocks if it goes 4-4, correct?
It will fail. You're going to need, what do we need, 6? You're going to need 6 votes to get anything passed tonight.
No, we need 5 votes to get it passed tonight, but if it fails, that we would need 6 to bring it back.
But what if we just give simple direction to the staff? Like what if, so you're saying.
So what we let me pause this because you're asking questions and people are talking to you. So I'll pause your time. Unless you can get 5 votes for any one of these motions tonight, they're going to fail. If they fail, then you need 6 votes to bring this item back before the council. Does that help clarify?
What was the time period again, if it fails?
A year. Councilor Bordelon, does that answer your question before I start the timer again?
Right, and so what if, like, I guess my question is, what if you wanted to do simple directions? So like the last direction we gave to John.
Point of order. There are motions on the floor, and that's what we should be discussing. And in fact, we should be specifically discussing the last amendment. And it's speculate about what ifs and now to change direction and want to give direction to staff or whatever. That's not what we're about now. It's wandering off point. So can we stay on the course?
Thank you.
I'd like to get to bed.
Excuse me. Point is taken. You're correct, Councilor Zepari. So Councilor Bordelon, I'm going to start the timer again, and you can speak to the second amended motion.
I just disagree with that. I was just asking clarifying question. I wasn't even the one who brought up Councilor Zepari about the 4-4 split. And then I was just simply asking, when we gave staff direction the last time, there was no worry about it voting down. That was, I guess, a simple majority. Is that different than these amended motions? That's what I was asking. Thank you. So I guess I'm trying to understand the rules and the difference.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Parker.
May I speak to this?
Yes, please.
There are 3 motions on the floor that we have to have votes on before we can bring up any other item on this. If it fails, each one you go through the process of each one failing, if it fails. Then if they all fail, we're still on the matter. Someone can make another motion if all 3 fail. Correct?
While we're at the meeting, if we adjourn with all 3 failed motions, then the way I understand it is it's dead. Is that not correct?
We're still currently in the meeting.
Right.
The motions all fail.
Right.
Someone can make another motion and then move forward. But as it is, there are 3 motions on the floor that we have to consider right now.
Lawsuit.
That makes much more
I mean,
sense than
isn't
clarifying it
true.
that way. So it's not going to be dead tonight because we have options to put more motions on.
Councilor Parker,
As long as
I'll yield to you.
I'm sorry?
No, I was
I'll yield to
agreeing with
you.
her. I was just
Councilor
agreeing with
Bordelon,
her.
let's let Councilor Parker, as a member of the Rules Committee, speak to this. Go ahead.
We're currently in the meeting. We have not adjourned the meeting. We have to do these motions on the floor while we're still on the topic of Fort Rachel. We have not adjourned the meeting. So if we can proceed with closing out the motions on the floor, that would be nice. Then we can make a decision about the next steps. Hopefully that's clear.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councilor Bordelon?
With respect, what I was just saying was restating what she said, and what Councilor Heed had stated was it would be dead and we wouldn't be able to bring it up for a year. And I was just simply restating that, in fact, we could bring up another motion after these 3. So it would technically not be dead if these fail because the meeting has not been adjourned. So thank you, Councilor Parker, for clarifying that.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
If the first motion fails, I mean, the second amended motion fails, another motion right then could be put on the floor.
Yes.
To actually not postpone, it's another word I want to use, and I can't, it's not there at the tip of my tongue, to potentially our next meeting. Well, maybe we have all counselors present.
That's up to the council, but what Councilor, I don't want to speak for Councilor Heed, but what I think he was trying to point out to you was you may not have a majority for any of the 3 motions on the floor tonight. So unless someone can do some word magic and come up with something that will appease a majority of us, it doesn't look like we're going anywhere. I believe that's what Councilor Heed's caution was to us. Councilor Parker is absolutely correct. We can keep adding motions to the floor and adding motions to the floor. Councilor Franco is also correct in that you could move to postpone those to a time definite.
Okay.
But we've got 3 motions on the floor right now. So do we want to, are you ready to vote on the second amended motion, the first amended motion, and then the main motion? Okay, so now, Mr. Byrd, I'm going to look to you for some assistance here, sir. I believe the motion that I'm looking at right now that says I move to have the attorney continue research on behalf of the town in the matter to determine the property boundaries using all possible resources, deeds, land records, and any other such material to resolve the situation is the correct second amended motion. Is that correct, Mr. Byrd?
That is correct.
Okay, that's the one we're voting now. Okay, and I'm gonna do roll call on this. So how can I do this? Let's see. Let me get my order. Councilor Baumgartner.
Aye.
Councilor Parker.
No.
Councilor Franco.
No.
Councilor Heed.
No.
Counselor Bordelon,
Aye.
Counselor Melendez,
No.
Counselor Zepari,
No.
and Granatoski also votes no. The Second Amendment fails, 2 in favor, 6 opposed. The opposed are Parker, Franco, Heed, Melendez, Zepari, and Granatoski. Okay, so now we are at the First Amendment, which, not that one. I believe this is Counselor Franco's motion. And again, Mr. Byrd, I ask for you to verify, please. This motion says the town of Groton would like to move forward with coastal access via the town attorney in the Fort Rachel area as per the coastal access plan of 1990 and 1991, including court resolution if necessary. Is that the motion that you have? Okay. And again, I'm going to do, thank you. I'm going to do a roll call.
Aren't we open for discussion on the motion?
Is there discussion?
Yes.
We've had discussion.
If other people wish to discuss, please raise your hand. Counselor Franco.
I'd like to, am I allowed to make a motion on top of my own motion?
No.
So I can't postpone it till our next meeting?
Counselor Parker, I didn't hear what she asked. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? And then Counselor Parker spoke. So let's hear your comment and then let's hear the rules people speak to it too. Go ahead.
Can I make a motion to postpone this topic until our next meeting?
Counselor Parker? I think that's in order. What?
I think so. Does everybody have a copy of the rules?
Yeah. All right. I don't think this is going to be in our rules. I think this is a Robert's Rules thing. And I think she can make a motion to postpone. I would prefer that you not just table, I prefer that you postpone to a date definite. So do you have a date definite to which you would like to postpone? And it should be a cow again, please.
I have to open a calendar. Hold on.
And that is, let's see.
So today's the 12th. Our next cow would be on the 26th because we have no meeting next week. So I make a motion to postpone this topic until January 26th, our next cow meeting.
Hold on one second. Don't just, everybody hold on for a second, okay? Okay, Counselor Franco moves to postpone this item to the January 26th cow. Is there a second?
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Franco, seconded by Bordelon to postpone this item. This is a simple majority, and I don't believe it's debatable. No, it is debatable. Any discussion on this item? Counselor Franco, are you wishing to discuss further or?
Not at this moment.
Counselor Zepari.
We've beat this to death for a long time. I don't know how many times this has been up before us, and we've got information now from our attorney. It doesn't look like we're going to get any more information. We've discussed it ad nauseum. Let's get it done. I'm opposed to a motion to postpone. We're here now. It's all fresh in our minds from the discussion. Let's get it done.
So right now, we're not discussing, this is not to you, Counselor Zepari. We are not discussing the merits of this item. We are discussing the postponement. So if anyone else wishes to speak, please confine your remarks to postponement. Oh, Counselor Frank, Counselor Baumgartner, you know what it is. Your hand is right on top of your Explore More sign, and it kind of blends in. Go ahead, Counselor Baumgartner.
I apologize, Madam Mayor. I'd be willing to consider this this motion after a vote on the second amended motion.
I'm sorry, clarify what you just said.
Yes, I'd be willing to consider this motion after a vote on the second amended motion. I'm sorry, on the amended motion.
Okay, so you're speaking to the postponement and you are not in favor of the postponement, is that correct?
That's right. But
Okay.
I'd be willing to consider it until after a vote on what would be the amended motion, so the second amendment on the floor.
Okay, so you are not in favor of the motion to postpone at this time. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Okay, so I have to drop those. I see that. I'm just trying to. Okay, Councilor Franco, are you wishing to speak now on the motion to postpone?
Yes. If this amended motion becomes a 4-4 split, I think possibly Councilor Obrey should be here to participate. And that's why I'm asking for the postponement. Because I think it would just be, I would rather have a full council vote on something than it fail because we have a split and one of our councilors is not present. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on the motion to postpone? Okay. And I'm going to call roll again on the motion to postpone this item until the January 26th COW. Baumgardner.
Aye.
Parker.
No.
Franco.
Yes.
Heed.
Yes.
Bordelon.
Yes.
Melendez.
No.
Zapari.
No.
Granatoski is a no as well. So the motion to postpone fails 4-4. We are back to the first amended motion, which is the Franco and Baumgardner motion, which Town of Groton would like to move forward with coastal access via the town attorney, Fort Rachel area, as per the coastal access plan of 1990 and 1991, including court resolution if necessary. So to clarify, court resolution in the amendment, the first amendment, means that you would be content with a lawsuit against the marina owner, Councilor Franco?
As I had stated before, I would like possibly to go into executive session and the advice of the attorney on how to proceed properly without showing our hand to what we're doing publicly.
Any discussion on this first amendment? And I got to look really carefully. I think your hand is up, Councilor Baumgardner, correct?
Yes, I'd just like to state on the record, because I know there's a lot of amendments flying. I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councilor Heed.
Yeah, I just want to say that the evidence is inconclusive according to the attorney, and I think that sometimes you have to push the boundary a little bit if you want a resolution, so I'll be supporting this.
Any other discussion on this matter? And let me go back to this. Whoops, wrong thing. Hold on. I'm just trying to get it organized here so I can see everything. All right, I don't see any further discussion, so I'm going to call roll again on this one, please. So this is Councilor Franco's motion. Town of Groton would like to move forward with coastal access via the town attorney in the Fort Rachel area as per the coastal access plan of 1990 and 1991, including court resolution if necessary. Councilor Baumgardner.
Aye.
Councilor Parker.
No.
Councilor Franco.
Yes.
Councilor Heed.
Aye.
Councilor Bordelon.
Aye.
Counselor Melendez,
No.
Counselor Zepari,
No.
and Granatowski is a no as well. That fails 4-4. We are back to the main motion, which is Counselor Baumgartner's motion, and I have to find it. Give me a second. I believe, let me see. Counselor Baumgartner, did you want to read your motion, sir, again, so it's fresh in everybody's memory? I believe it's the one that came in at 10:21 in the chat.
Yes, I'll read it very quickly and I'll have nothing further to say. The town of Groton shall replace the state of Connecticut coastal access signage going through the Fort Rachel Marina from Water Street, the existing road with vehicular traffic, to the railroad tracks, first sign, which continues to the end of the inlet, second sign, at the Mystic River. The town of Groton shall seek a prescriptive easement at Fort Rachel Marina to allow safe passage to and from the state of Connecticut coastal access site at Fort Rachel Marina as originally intended in the Mystic Coastal Access Area Plan in 1990-1991. Pending the acquisition of the prescriptive easement at Fort Rachel Marina, the town shall delineate the designated coastal access areas from the marina's boat storage areas. So moved. It's already been moved.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that again for everyone. All right, so we are back to the main motion. And Counselor Zepari has his hand up. Counselor Zepari?
We've already heard from the town manager that he could not follow this directive because it would be illegal. I think that in itself tells us that we should not approve this motion. I think that a prescriptive easement is out of the question because we have not had continuous use of that easement for 15 years. So I think both of those issues on this particular motion leave it sadly wanting. So I think we should disapprove this motion.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon, you typed something in the chat that you received notice that a feed stopped? Or was that, no, that was Counselor Heed. I'm
No,
sorry.
I didn't type anything.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong
thing. An RTM member saying that the live meeting, the meeting stopped showing on GMTV. So there's some technical difficulty. I was trying to notify John Burt.
I referred that to Sean.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other discussion on the main motion, please? Okay, I'm going to call roll again on this one. Counselor Baumgartner,
Yes.
Counselor Parker,
No.
Counselor Franco,
No.
Counselor Heed,
No.
Counselor Bordelon,
No.
Counselor Melendez,
No.
Counselor Zepari,
No.
and Granatowski is a no as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that motion fails. 1 in favor, 7 opposed. Parker, Franco, Heed, Bordelon, Melendez, Zepari, and Granatowski. So that motion fails. Okay, we have no motions on the floor at this time.
Madam Mayor.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Yeah, motion to adjourn.
Okay, Counselor Parker moved to adjourn, seconded by Zepari at 11:25. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed, please raise your hand. Bordelon, Franco, Heed, Baumgartner are opposed. I should have done the in favors first. Who's in favor of adjourning? I'm assuming, all those in favor of adjourning, please raise your hand. Zepari,
Melendez.
Melendez, Only two in favor of adjourning. I'm in favor of adjourning. Granatowski. Counselor Parker, are you voting on this one? Are you in favor, opposed, or abstaining?
I'm in favor. I made the motion.
Oh, gosh, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay, so that was 4 in favor, 4 opposed. That motion fails.
Have a
Counselor,
good evening.
I'm sorry. Good night, Counselor Parker. So at 11:25, Counselor Parker had to leave, so we are down to 7 counselors, I believe. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Counselor Heed, you have your hand up. Counselor Heed?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to, yes, can you hear me?
It's,
I'd like to make a motion to postpone discussion.
we would like a time definite rather than just postponing. And are you frozen, Counselor Heed?
Oh, he's done.
Counselor Heed?
Sorry, I have new internet service today.
Okay.
What I'm looking to do is postpone to the 26th.
We did this once and it failed, but I will let it try again. Is there a second on that motion?
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Heed and seconded by Bordelon. Okay, I got to see who we have here now, guys. All right, so we're moving to postpone until January 22nd. Baumgardner, how do you vote?
Aye.
Parker has left us. Franco?
Aye.
Heed?
Aye, but it's the 26th, not the 22nd.
I wrote the 26th and said the 22nd. I apologize. Heed, you're saying yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Bordelon?
Yes.
Melendez? Did we lose Melendez too? Oh, we lost Melendez. Wait, let me check and make sure he's not in attendees. Oh, we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait a minute. We lost Melendez as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Okay. I'm assuming he probably cut out about the same time as Councilor Parker. So that was probably 11:25. Okay, so hold on. We've got Baumgardner, Franco, Heed, Bordelon, Melendez has left. Zepari?
No.
And Granatowski is no as well. So that's 4 in favor, 2 opposed, 0 abstentions. That's 6 counselors.
The majority, or do we need 5?
I'm thinking it's late and I'm thinking that's a majority of who's present. I think that works because we couldn't pass any legislation with that number, but I think no. Well, no, here we go. 4. In accordance with Section 5 through the Charter, 6 members shall constitute a quorum at council meetings, but no ordinance, resolution, or vote except to adjourn or to fix a time and place of the next meeting shall be adopted by less than 5 affirmative votes. We have less than 5 affirmative votes. That fails.
Bad now.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
What's the pleasure of the council?
Motion to adjourn.
Follow the agenda?
Excuse me?
Are we going to follow the agenda?
I'm waiting to see if anybody wished to do anything else with this one because we've had about 6 or 8 items on this and I assume people wanted to continue. But I just heard another motion to adjourn by Zepari. Is there a second? I will second. All those in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand. Perry, Granatowski, opposed, please raise your hand. Baumgardner, Bordelon, Heed, Franco. That motion to adjourn fails. I am not seeing anything else on item 5F this evening. All right, I'm gonna ask again. Does anybody want to make a motion on 5F this evening? I see a hand. Councilor Bordelon, go ahead.
Thank you. So does it have to be a complete motion, or can it just be that we tried postponing it?
You already voted that down.
Yeah.
We just tried postponing it and it failed.
Thank you. I'm just processing and saying it out loud. I am aware. So what can we do? Can we put a recommendation to research some more of what's going on? Basically, I think there's still stuff that could be done. So maybe just some direction back.
If you'd like to make a motion, you're welcome to.
Does it have to be a motion? Because
yes,
times we just made a recommendation. Because you said it didn't have to be a motion tonight, is what I was told.
If you want to get out of this, like if you want to, I'm not going to offer. What would you like to do, Councilor Bordelon?
I think that we should still do more research on this. I think there's still, I'd like to leave the ticket open.
So do you have a motion that you'd like to make?
I guess I make a motion to send this back to town staff, and I think we should fully discuss this in executive session, like Councilor Franco had stated, and see what our full options are, and then deliberate from there.
Could you please type that into the chat so we have the language of the motion, please?
I'm having a lot of trouble with my eyes. I apologize.
I have to go to work in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Councilor Perry.
Too late, we don't have a quorum.
It is 11:33 and we are down to Councilors Bordelon, Granatowski, Baumgardner, Franco, and Heed. We are at 1, 2, 3. We're at 5 councilors and we have lost our quorum.
Yep.
And the absence of a quorum, the mayor shall declare the meeting adjourned to a future date.
All right, so the meeting's not over.
So we are adjourned. Hold on. You may only continue the presence of someone else's quorum. Mayor shall declare the meeting adjourned to a future date. Prior to adjourning for lack of a quorum, the mayor may declare a recess. I don't think anybody's coming back. Okay, so what we're going to do is we will declare this meeting, that word adjourned, that's making me, Councilor Baumgardner, you're with us, right?
Wouldn't it be a recess?
Prior to adjourning for lack of a quorum. Meeting adjourned. No, okay. So if I use the language, we're adjourning to a future date, we will adjourn to
the 26th.
January 26th Town Council Committee of the Whole.
There it is. Should have did that. Oh, I go, huh? Oh boy.
And it is 11:34 p.m. and we are adjourned.